You're listening to the Rebel Rebel podcast with Rory Carson. Tá sé bh géisteach leis an fód crúlaí Rebel Rebel le Rory McCarson.
Try to sing some songs of glory, sing some songs of peace. In the end, it's the same old story. They're both too hard to reach. People tell me that they're sick and tired of seeing this place run down. But I say take off those blindfolds, you hypocrites, and help get us off the ground. Let's do it! And please say it isn't so. While Willie and Donnie, they had to go. The reason's very clear. They're laying down their lives for this year after year. 70 shots between their bodies. Not one of those bullets missed. And for every trigger pulled that morning, a volunteer will enlist. For 5 long hours they left him lying there. The priest was turned away. Just another step lower for those SAS bastards who'll never forget the day. And please say it isn't so. While Willie and Donnie, well, they had to go. The reason's very clear. They're laying down their lives for this year after year. Funerals where to prove their worthiness. Well, thousands they from the streets just to watch the postal boys hover helplessly overhead as the they came out to salute. They emptied their magazines over each coffin as defiantly the crowd they were sent. So another day dawns again. Those guns, they'll be out again. For Willie and Danny had a friend. Come on! And please say it isn't so. While Willie and Danny, well, they had to go. The reason's very clear. They're laying down their lives for this year after year. Please
Folks, how you all doing? Good afternoon. Second time lucky. I think it's going to be one of those days. So it is. Jesus, that's just Facebook for you. So it is. Just complete other nightmare. But I think the YouTube stream got knocked off as well there. So hopefully this is. Fingers crossed. This one is working okay. Jesus, what can I say, folks? What about that result today? I didn't even see any of the match at all. I was sort of just watching I just kept getting the notifications come through my phone, busy come the goals, and I knew it was going to be a hammering match. Like I just knew it. All it says now is get this season over and done with, and we need to hit the ground running. Sooner Peter Lyle gets his arse out the door, the better, and we can basically start looking forward to the next season. Yeah, folks, but welcome along. This is Rebel Sundays with myself, Ro, on the Rebel podcast here, multi-streaming live this Sunday, the 2nd of May, on YouTube and Facebook. So hopefully Facebook will allow us to be live anyway until we get Jerry's interview finished later on. I'm sure it will knock us off at some stage this afternoon. Right, so we'll jump into YouTube and see who we have tuned in, folks. If you're listening on Facebook, please share the stream if you can. It'd be much appreciated. Share the stream. Let's see how we go. So we have Son of Earl 1916 is on. Marty Heaney is on. There's Celine is on. Hugh O'Neill is on. Beaver Snatcher back on. You look at your back on Facebook. You might see your band there. Who else we have on? Let's see. It's the usual crowd. Martin Cunningham. Good lord, Ro. Good lord. Looking forward to hearing Jerry Cunningham. So Jerry is going to be on the phone, folks, about 3 o'clock. And obviously, you know, Jerry Cunningham is the man who wrote the iconic ballad Aidan McAnespy. Folks, you all know it. Has played many times in this show, most weeks. He also wrote the musical Blood Upon the Rose, which I'm sure laddies all want to go see. It's sold out in theatres all over Scotland, England and Ireland. So it did. And also, if you've heard of the band More Powder Elbow, yep, that's Jerry's band. Jerry's the frontman. He started the band in 1992. So we're going to have one of their tunes on later on as well, folks. So yeah, well, we're going to get a few more tunes on. There's Ronan McDonald on. Good to see you on, Ronan. Marty Kane is on as well. Right, so let's see who we have on Facebook now. There's Kieran Reardon, how you doing, Kieran? Cormac as well. Maura Burns is on. Maureen O'Donnell. Xander McKenzie is on. Kate Lambertwell. Kate, what's the crack? Damien Boyle's on. Bernadette Vidal. James McPhillips. Xander McKenzie as well. Leo Fagan's on as well. Game was shite, mate. I think I put you on the drink watching that crap. Seriously. There's the full Ronnie is on, and Joseph McGill as well on YouTube. My ma and the brother Sean with me today. We're watching Happy Days. David Tempest Mitchell. Hi, Lockall Ambush, please. Right, so we're going to move on with the tunes. What do we have lined up here next? Let's see. Yeah, so we're over the last few weeks, folks, we've been playing a few great albums that have come out of the studios of Stick Stockerly. This is the first one that was we got out there. This is Marty McGuinness there from Lurgan, folks. His brand new album. Raised on Songs and Stories. This is a wee track off the album. So this one is called The Fighting Men of Cross McLean, folks. Here we go on Rebel Sundays, and please share the stream. Here we go.
Sing a song of the bravest man and famous fighting unit of our hand. They are the band of Cross McLean, among the bravest Ireland's ever saw. Well, in Cross McLean, the fire burns still, a patriotic flame will never die. And when you hear battle cry, it's the Beatles, fighting men from Cross McLean. I'd like to hear the Siggers roar, the Armalites are curled across the line. The IRA, they're spurred so hard, they know the track and aid is hand to hand. Well, in Cross McLean, the fire burns still, a patriotic flame will never die. And when you hear the battle cry, it's the Beatles fighting men from Cross McLean. still, a patriotic flame will never die. And when you hear that battle cry, it's a field sighting men from Crossmaglen. A British scum, aid of fear, they never can see the curses shore, because they know LPT here, they're all leaving Ireland's bloody score. Well, in Crossmaglen, the fire burns still, a patriotic flame will never die. And when you hear the battle cry, it's the Beatles fighting men from Crossmaglen. Well, lock him up until we're free, until Ireland's out of British hands. We'll never rest until we see Britannia's rule trimming from our land. Well, in Crossmaglen, the fire burns still, a patriotic flame will never die. And when you hear the battle cry, it's the Beatles fighting men from Crossmaglen. It's the Beatles fighting men from Crossmaglen.
There we go, the son of Marty McGuinness there for you with the Fighting Men from Crossmaglen from his new album, folks, Raised on Songs and Stories. So well done, Marty, cracking album, mate. And folks, if you want to get a hold of one, just go to Twice Daily Band on Facebook or Marty McGuinness. I'm sure you can still pick a copy up, so you can. So we'll be playing a few tunes later on from Liam McDonald's new album, also from Peter O'Connell's new album. So well, folks, there's Hugh McKenna. What's the crack? Hugh, how you doing, mate? Paul Walsh is on Facebook as well. Geraldine Cottle, Shane Thread Gold says, worst Celtic team I've ever seen, but keep the faith, hail, hail. Margot Locken says, Margot and John McInnesby here. Thank you very much for tuning in today, folks. So please share the stream for me this afternoon. There's also Elton Cowan says, well, Ro, can you play Kieran's song by Justice, sung by Jerry Cunningham? Brilliant voice, and unfortunately only ever sang the songs of the Father's Blessing. Huh? I've wrong it wrong. Right, let's see, we'll just jump back into YouTube as well. Hugh O'Neill says, right, so I think basically usually Hugh and Celine and Marty, the rest of them. Marty's down, is he? They all got us going for a pint the other day. It's not long since getting the pint in the bar. They're suffering for a couple of days, CSR. Let's see, Son of Erin 1916. Ro, how you getting on with the trimming? We're all cheering, taking the slimming, you mean? Well, actually, as I said, I was going to sort of keep you informed, folks, how I was doing over the keep you informed over the next few weeks. So obviously, on Saturday, yesterday was basically my first official sort of weigh-in with a new class, but it started it a week before. So obviously, I lost was the first week you do it, you always do lose like a bigger thing. So I think it was £6.5 the week before. So last week or yesterday, the weigh-in, I only got £2.5 off, but basically it's still what, £9 in 2 weeks. So it's going there, folks. Like, so hopefully in the next few months I'll have a couple of stone off me anyway. If I keep doing what I'm meant to be doing, eating right and out walking. That's because keep walking. That's all you can do. And for a few people that asked, well, folks, so this week we found out, so our little bambino was going to be another girl. So it is. So we found out there on Tuesday here. So that's going to be me, well, outnumbered now in the house by 3 women. So lucky me, I have to say, folks. So Christine Alex says, well, Ro, could you please play a Rebel Roots song? Yes, I will be. And Jared Glacken is going to be on the phone later on as well, talking about this up and coming big Raven Rebel weekend, folks, up in Tyrone there, which is fantastic. Really looking forward to it. So George will be coming on, tell us all about how you can buy tickets for it, who's going to be playing, and just give us a rundown. So we'll be talking to Jared in the second half of the show. Let's see here. Let's see on YouTube. High five, congratulations. Fred McNeil says, keep the faith, Prisoners Anthem mucker. My mate Kevin O'Neill served 30 years in jail. Good mucker of the brigade. Right, so there's Valerie Delaney on as well. So we're going to keep on the next tune. And this is another Lurgan man this time, who released his album not long ago before Marty released his. This is Bo Loughlin from his album The Scullery Shishins. The Shishins. And obviously as Celtic played so shit today, we'll have to try and keep this all in a bit of a good mood. So here we go. This is On the One Road from Bo Loughlin, folks, here on Rebel Sundays.
We're on the one road, sharing the one load. We're on the road to God knows where. We're on the one road, or maybe the wrong road, but we're together now, who cares? Northmen, Southmen, comrades all, Dublin, Belfast, Cork and Donegal. We're on the one road, swinging along, singing a soldier's song. Though we've had our troubles now and then, now is the time to make them up again. Sure aren't we all Irish anyhow? Now is the time to step together. Now we're on the one road, sharing the one road. We're on the road to God knows where. We're on the one road, or maybe the wrong road. Oh, we're together now, who cares? Northmen, Southmen, comrades all, Dublin, Belfast, Cork and Donegal. We're on the one road, singing along, singing a soldier's song. Tinker, tailor, every mother's son, butcher, baker, shouldering his gun. A rich man, poor man, every man line, all together just like old Einstein. We're on the one road, sharing the one load. We're on the road to God knows where. We're on the one road, or maybe the wrong road. Oh, we're together now, who cares? Northmen, Southmen, comrades all. Night is dark as just before the dawn. From the ancient Ireland is reborn. Soon we'll all, united Irishmen, make our land a nation once again. We're on the one road, sharing the one load. We're on the road to God knows where. We're on the one road, or maybe the wrong road. Oh, we're together now, who cares? Northmen, Southmen, comrades all, Dublin, Belfast, Cork and Donegal. We're on the one road, swinging along, singing a soldier's song.
Call me what you will, oh, and tell me what they say, that tomorrow brings a new wind and the rain has gone away. For within these walls and I see the sun as it shines over the hill, shining into those valleys and amongst the daffodils. Happy when this war is over and I see your face again, then I'll tell you of the war to support our fellow men. I see your face again, then I'll tell you of the warriors who put death before revenge. The days rolled by and two more died. O'Hara and McCreesh, still Thatcher jokes to bite her lip, and the toil was not to cease. Still the barricades went up by day, and those bullets hummed at night. How much longer must we keep this path? There's still no end in sight. And when this war is over and I see your face again, then I'll tell you of the warriors who put death before revenge. It's a dreadful thing that those men joined our ranks of martyred brave. That's 10 too many coffin nails kick coldly to the grave. And if they only realize that Thatcher marks us well, they are 10 more determined reasons for to break out of this hell. But when this war is over and I see your face again, then I'll tell you of the warriors who put death before revenge. O'Hara, Hughes, McCreesh and Sands, Doherty and Lynch, McDonnell, Herson, Michael, we divine, forever in our mind.
There we go. Sort of our Krista there for you, Krista Coyle with Death for Revenge. A great Penger band really sung that song. So this is Rebel Sundays, folks. Welcome along. If you are watching on Facebook, please share the stream. A lot of streams happening today, so I can see the numbers are down a wee bit. Plus, we sort of started an hour late, so people may be all over the place. But listen, if you are watching on Facebook, please share it, and we'll get a lot of people in jumping in. So, folks, yeah, we're going to have at 3 o'clock Jerry Cunningham, folks, on the phone for today's guest, and so you know next week, so this Wednesday, I think, is on the 5th, Clover folks are going to be releasing their brand new album, No Criminal in Me. So they are. So I'm going to have next Sunday, we'll be having Paul Sheeran, frontman of the band, that's going to be on, and basically I'm going to be playing about 5 of the songs from the brand new album. So a lot of you have already pre-ordered the album, so well done, if you're, hopefully you get your hands on it very soon. So yeah, Paul's going to be on the show next week, and we're going to be just talking about the whole new album, the ins and outs of it, about the songs that were picked to go on to it, who's involved in playing on it, all that kind of thing. And we'll be playing 5 songs from the album throughout the day as well. So yeah, really looking forward to that there. So let's see, Christina Elliott says, I can't wait to hear Krista live in Glasgow. Leo Fagner says, cracking song, one of my favourites, The 10 Brave Men. Hugh McKenna says, can I please play Miles Gaffney, No Criminal in Me? I mean, I played it last week, so did I, but listen, that their song is on Clover's new album, so I'll be probably playing their version next week. Obviously, that's what the song is, the lead song from the album. That's where it's taken from. Let's see, Jerry McStraw says, can you put the PayPal link on so I can send you a drink? Got it sorted at last car. Happy days. Listen, if you can scan the wee thing there, Jerry, or I'll just want to get a wee second here, I'll pin the PayPal link onto the comments on Facebook and YouTube, if that suits you, right, mate? So yeah, folks, thanks very much for listening this afternoon. Any more requests, get them on. There's Mick Chimford is on. He's on his mate's phone today. We're looking for Sean South, off his 12 Good Songs album. I'll have a wee joker, mate. And I see here's a song here. Sullivan 1916 says, please, hey Ro, can you please play Star of the County Down or Flagging a Fianna by Liam Lappin, please, preferably the latter. Well, see, I played that Liam Lappin one there maybe a couple of weeks ago. Haven't played Star of the County Down in a while, so I might actually play it. There I have a couple of good versions out there, but I'll definitely get one of them on for you, mate. Take Me Home, My Country Roads. Right, so what we'll go next. We'll do this a tune here, folks, from Gary Oak's album, recorded over in Hamburg in Germany. Fantastic album, this one. Really just a really sort of big nightclub setting, I think it is, but it's a cracking tune, and then you hear the crowd, they're literally right on top of them. So this one here is Back Home in Derry from Gary Oak, folks, live in Hamburg, and I'm fantastic. Really pleased to say that Gary's gig in Belfast here on the 17th of July is sold out completely. So it's going to be Gary Oak, Stephen, plus myself playing, folks, basically before the bands start, in between them, and at the end as well. So really looking forward to it, and hopefully be able to see a lot of you there, and put a few faces to a few names from the show who I've got tickets to it, so looking forward to it. Right, here we go. This is Gary Oak with Back Home in Derry, live in Hamburg.
In 1803 we sailed out to sea, out from the sweet town of Derry. For us to really bad if we didn't halt to run on the marks of our feathers we carried. Rusty old sails we cried for our winds, a good woman we left in sorrow. As the mainsails unfurled, the curses we hurled at the English and thoughts of tomorrow. And at the mouth of the foil we bid farewell to our soil. Down below decks we were lying, with the hearty scream woken out of his dream of a vision of bold Robert dying. Oh, the sunburnt curl, as we dished out the girl, down the corner was down with the fever. 60 rebels today, bound for Botany Bay, and many will reach their receiver. Sing it! Oh! Down to hell as our boat fought the swell. Our ship danced like a moth in the firelight. White horses rode high as the devil passed by, taking souls to Hades by twilight. 5 weeks at the sea, we're now 43. We buried our comrades this morning. In our own slime we're lost for a time, endless night with the dawn on. Oh, I wish I was back home in Derry again. Oh, I wish I was back home in Derry. Is a hell for a man to end out his whole life in slavery. Well, the climate is raw, the gun makes the law, neither wind nor rain care for bravery. 20 years have gone by, I'm now ending my bond. The comrades ghosts walk behind me. Rebel I came, I'll die the same. On the cold wind of nights you will find me.
There we go. So the bold Gary Oak there for you folks. Live in Hamburg with Back Home in Derry. Fantastic album out there, and you know you hear the crowds all just right on him there. So you're really looking forward to this one, folks, on the 17th of July. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll all be back up and running by then. It was great to see a lot of the bars here in Belfast in the north opening up again on Friday. Although it was raining mostly yesterday, watching all these people sitting inside getting soaked, pissed on just for a pint. Not for me, like, so it doesn't. But there's a fair play to you if you all were getting a drink. But now, I do have to say, I shared a wee video yesterday from the Crooked Glen up in Crumlin, and it's been absolutely shameful the way they've been treated. Like a lot of other bars, like the cops and the council visiting, and like, you see their beer garden and their car park totally socially distanced. I mean, the money they put into making this thing, and they're told a couple of hours before they're meant to open, no, sorry, you can't open. And it's just like people's livelihoods are at risk. And then you see, like in Belfast City Centre, like roads are closed off, paths are closed off with chairs and tables overtaking them. And what's so special about busy bars in Belfast, the likes of Crumlin and stuff? It's just it's a disgrace the way some have been treated, folks. But so really, hopefully, we'll in the next month or two, we'll be back on the road. We'll be out actually playing music, doing parties, doing gigs, basically doing DJing, bands out playing stages. So hopefully. Right, so what do we have lined up here next? So Marty Keane had asked for this one. He was looking for a wee tune from Emer McLaughlin. This is from Emer's album, recorded live, of course, at the legendary home of Rebel Sundays, the Rock Bar in West Belfast here on the Falls Road. The Ambush at Drum the Killian, or tune written by our dad, Jerry Cunningham. So Marty, this one spicy view from Emer live at the Rock. This is the Ambush of at Drum the Killie.
We'll do another song this time. Take us over to County Tyrone. Three volunteers. For Jerry and Martin Hart, and for Brian Mullen, an Irish Brigade song called Ambush at Drum the Killie. Once again, black flags are hoisted in the county of Tyrone. Three more good men lie butchered by the forces of the crown. We shed tears of grief and anger as the news spread quickly around. How the SAS had waited without warning, gunned them down. Now the green flags wrapped around them, gloves and berets on their chests. We salute three gallant soldiers as we lay them down to rest. On the road past Drum the Killie, sour shows that roadway still. There the Sassmen lay in waiting to do Maggie Thatcher's will. Like Loughgall and like Gibraltar, British justice, it has no thrills. They came to Tyrone for vengeance, and their orders were to kill. Now the green flags wrapped around them, gloves and berets on their chests. We salute three gallant soldiers as we lay them down to rest. Jerry and Martin Hart, we've lost you. We remember you with pride. You both had so much to live for. Now your dreams have been denied. Brian Mullen, we will miss you with your friendly, smiling face. Though you died with your fond comrades, in our hearts you'll keep the place. Now the green flags wrapped around them, gloves and berets on their chests. We salute three gallant soldiers as we lay them down to rest. Three brave volunteers have gone now. What is there left to say? It was Ireland's love that called them. when they joined the IRA. So let Thatcher send her murderers to the hills of Green Tyrone. It is she who will be mourning when we send her soldiers home. Now the green flags wrapped around them, gloves and berets on their chests. We salute 3 gallant soldiers as we lay them down to rest. Now the green flags wrapped around them, gloves and berets on their chests. We salute 3 gallant soldiers as we lay them down to rest.
He was born in the city where the river Shannon flows, a youth of tender bearing, as everybody knows. He loved our native language because it was our own, and Irishmen should not forget Sean South from Garryowen. As New Year's Eve was drawing near, he faced our ancient foe. Not many had greeted him that day, for few had seen him go. But when his riddled body came to rest among his own, there were thousands there to welcome back Sean South from Garryowen. The wee ones in Fermanagh homes are asking where you've gone. Where is the red-head soldier boy who spoke our Gaelic tongue? He drew for us by the fireside, and he spoke of pierced and tone. Oh, mother, will we meet again, Sean South from Garryowen? Sean Agra, you're resting now with Ireland's noble dead, while Ulster's fields are crimson with the blood you gladly shed. May God, who reigns in heaven high, take you to his kingly throne, and may Irishmen remember well Sean South from Garryowen. May Irishmen remember well Sean South from Garryowen.
Ursula Chinford there, folks. Mick Chinford for you, Sean South for you, from his album 12 Dead Good. Is it 12 Dead Good Rebel songs? We'll check here what it is on the thing. Just 12 Dead Good songs. There you go. Great name for an album, that one. So Mick Chinford, that one, especially for you, mate. Cheers for tuning in. And listen, it actually said a Tom during the week trying to get your number, mate. So send me a wee PM or something to the podcast page. We're on Facebook, so I want to try and get you on the show one of these weeks, mate. I'm sure it would be a good interview, definitely. So yeah, folks, we're going to have Jerry Cunningham on another 20 minutes for you as today's guest. Really good interview to look forward to for that one, so it is. Let's see, Maura Burns there watching. Jimmy Mulholland says, good morning, Ro, enjoying the show. So where are you you watching there from, Jimmy? If it's the morning, is it? Geraldine Cottle said, any chance of Georgian pop? Kira Griffin, Rue, what is the second song of Grace called? I can't remember. The second song of Grace? What do you mean by that, Kira? You've lost me there, so you have, like. We'll jump back into YouTube here and see who we have on. And see what's cracking, folks. Yes, just going to about 20 to 3. Let's see. Carly McCroy says, good God and Govan, where are you, Terry? We're missing you. Jerry McStraw says, finally sorted it, Row. Great show, Cara. Could you please play Billy Reid from a wee new lodger over in Essex Bridge? Yep, mate, I can certainly sort that for you, so I can, not a problem. Joseph McGow says, sorry, I mean the Holmes Donegal. Yeah, well, it actually probably does go to that tune. As you know, even Mickey was saying last week, we had him on, a lot of songs people do, they go to like the same air, and they'll basically just put different words to it, I mean. Hugh O'Neill says, I had a totally different version of this song. The lyrics are slightly different, but excellent song, by the way. It was a different tune too. Justin McQuillan says, Joseph Mary Plunkett Row is what she is talking about. So what's you mean? What's the second song in Grace? I honestly haven't a clue what you're talking about there, so I haven't. There's Kevin O'Hara's on. Afternoon, listening today from my daughter, Megan O'Hara, who's loving the tunes. Not a problem, happy days. There's Shane McCroy is watching as well. Good to see you on today, mate. Right, so we'll go do this one here. Let's see, next for a wee request for on YouTube. Let's see who it was for. I'll just jump back up to these comments here. Where are you? So Hugh O'Neill as well was looking for Clover, Bloodshed in the Valley. Quite a long one that there, Hugh. I did play it there a couple of weeks ago, but we'll make it on again today for you, mate. So, mate. So Valerie Delaney, I'd just like to say hi to my girls, Caroline and Terry in Glasgow from Dublin. Right, so, and Derek Delaney says, I wrote, could you please play 90 Miles from Dublin from my wife Val, Caroline, Joe, Terry and Rob in Glasgow, as always, Hugh. We sure will. Right, here we go. So this is 90 Miles from Dublin. Brilliant track by Christy Moore, folks, for you here on Rebel Sundays on the Rebel podcast, multi-streaming live on YouTube and Facebook with myself, Roe, until 6 p.m. Well, fingers crossed, we're here at 6 anyway. Here we go.
90 miles from Dublin town, I'm in the hedge block sound. To help you understand me plight, the story now I'll tell. I'm on the blanket protest, my efforts must not fail. For I'm joined by men and women in Rakesh and Armagel. It all began one morning I was dragged to Castlereagh. And though it was 3 years ago, it seems like yesterday. For 3 days kicked and beaten, I then was forced to sign confessions that convicted me of crimes that were not mine. Sentenced in a Diplock court, my protest it began. I could not wear their prison gear, I was a blanket man. I'll not accept their status, I'll not be criminalized. That's the issue in the blocks for which we give our lives. Over there in London town, oh how they'd laugh and sneer if they could only make us wear their loathsome prison gear. Prisoners of war is what we are, and that we must remain. The blanket protest cannot end till status we're again. I've been beaten round the romper room because I won't intercessor. I've been frog marched down the landing and dragged back by the hair. I've suffered degradation, humility and pain. Still the spirit does not falter, British torture is in vain. I've been held and scalded in water while my skin with X-grubs was torn. I've been scratched and cut from head to foot, then thrown out on the floor. I've suffered mirror searches, been probed by drunken bears. I've heard me comrades cry and scream, then utter useless prayers. Now with the news that's coming in, our protest must not fail. For now we're joined by 30 girls in Armagh Women's Jail. So pay attention, Irish men and Irish women too, and show the Free State rulers that their silence will not do. Though it's 90 miles to Dublin town, it seems so far away. There's more attention to our plight in the USA. Now you've heard the story of this filthy living hell. Remember 90 miles away, I'm still in the hedge block cell.
Yes, in the poll, Christy Moore there, folks, here with 90 miles from Dublin town. That one especially for Derek Delaney at one this afternoon, who requested it on YouTube, folks. Yeah, so welcome along. This is Rebel Sundays from myself, Ro. I think you can see here today I'm wearing of the new range of the green t-shirts on my merchandise site, my Rebel Sundays t-shirt, folks. So there's a few of them bought one already, so thanks very much for all the support. Good. The fleeces have been flying, the new green fleeces, or sorry, the green hoodies. So cheers to everyone who's bought one of them as well. Much appreciated, folks. Right, so let's see, back at YouTube. Carla McCroy says, right, wine time, it's the holiday weekend, cocktail Sundays. Steph McNally says, afternoon, I've just woke up, and by the looks of that score, I'm glad I have. Can you please play Gutter to the White House by the Wicks, please? There's Shug one, couple of Rebel Kellys in the house, so it's got to be Kelly, the boy from Callan. Let's see, Carlin Gold says, the Sean McCafferty, right. So what Ciara Griffin was asking about the song. So yeah, so it's basically the other song about Grace on my album, the Rebs for Hope album, is Joseph Mary, the one from Sean McCafferty. That's what it was. Actually, I didn't click on, Ciara, what you're talking about, so I'm hoping that's what you're talking about. But if that's what song you're looking, yeah, I'll maybe get that on later on. Yeah, it's a cracking tune out there. Joseph Mary from Sean McCafferty, folks. Right, so we're going to do a wee song here. This one here, obviously, you know, I've been playing this here album a lot during the show of the last year or so. The Captain Martyrs, East Tyrone Remember CD. So there's one song on it here that today's guest Jerry Cunningham wrote. So he did. So this one, it's a brilliant tune called Martin and Desi. So it is. So folks, this here song, obviously, it was written all about the volunteers, Martin McCaughey and Desi Grew. So it is. So this one, yeah, Martin and Desi from the East Tyrone Remember CD, and this one, and I don't think this one was sung by Jerry on this here album, but it was definitely written by Jerry Cunningham, folks. Here we go. This is the Martin and Desi tune, great wee ballad, so it is very sad as well. But this is Rebel Sundays, folks. For any more requests, get them on and say about 3 o'clock. But another 10 minutes, so we're going to have Jerry Cunningham on the phone for today's guest.
Day of October, on a cold and autumn night, the last time in their lives. Little did they know there was tragedy in the air. A cruel foe in hatred hide in ambush, waiting there. As they approached the place, not once did they suspect death squads lay in waiting to shoot them in the back. Their dying bodies hit the ground and the murderers quickly fled. Martin and Desi breathed their last beside that mushroom shed. How many of our soldiers must die before England hears us call? Volunteer Martin McCaughey, volunteer Desi Grew, who died for freedom at Loughgall. The place lies quiet and silent now, where the lads were cruelly slain. Without Desi and Martin here, things are not the same. Our hearts were filled with sorrow when the news broke all around. Black flags were raised in Offnagard, likewise in Armagh town. We carried Martin to the graveyard, where 5 of his comrades rest. They stood and prayed for him, while slaughter stood in jest. Desi's body was carried back to his home in Owen Maha. We led the big fella in the ground on the hills around Ardwaha. How many of our soldiers must die before England hears us call? Volunteer Martin McCaughey, volunteer Desi Grew, who died for freedom at Loughgall. In years to come, a mother sits at a lonely vigil tea. Martin and Desi, their 2 brave sons, have gone to eternal sleep. But mothers, please be proud of them, 'cause not your hearts to call. In heaven with them are 8 great lads who died there at Loughgall. How many of our soldiers must die before England hears us call? Volunteer Martin McCaughey, volunteer Desi Grew, who died for freedom at Loughgall. Who died for freedom at Loughgall.
There we go, folks. That is Martin and Desi there for you. Of course, we tune written by Jerry Cunningham, not sung by him. Others from the East Tyrone Remembers CD, folks. Brilliant CD. Right, so we're going to do another wee song here before we get Jerry on the phone. Just a few more requests. Joseph P. McAver, good morning, Ro, from Philadelphia. What time's it over there now? Joseph, there's James, Deb McClave on. Well, James, how you doing, mate? Stevie Holbrook, well, Ro, Rockshore Pord, good man yourself. Christina Elliott, Ro, can you please say hi to my mum in Manor Hamilton? Hopefully I'll get over in a couple of weeks. Happy days. And there's Shane McCroy as well. East Tyrone, Brigade's finest, definitely. Yeah, so Ciara, that's it. That's what you're looking. So yeah, the tune is called Joseph Mary. So it is. So before we do this next week's song, we'll just jump back into YouTube and see what's happening. Let's see. Fred McNeiler says, whatever happened to the rebel group Summerfly Mucker? Mate, that's a good question. They sort of were saying they were out and then they just disappeared. Haven't heard of them in a good lot of years, so I haven't. Remy JP 70 through 3 you're the man, good man, Remy, thank you very much. Right, excuse your spelling like, mate, no problem. Right, so we're going to do this song here, folks. So they definitely not rebel this song at all, right? But I'm going to sort of explain what the song is about. So if you remember, folks, in 2019 on St. Patrick's Night, probably the biggest sort of story of that year, there was basically a terrible tragedy that happened at the Greenvale Hotel in Cookstown. So it was where 3 teenagers, Connor Curry, who was 16, Morgan Bernard, who was 17, and Lauren Bullock, who was 17 as well, were crushed to death, basically outside, queuing up for a disco on St. Patrick's Night. And I can remember I was doing a gig that night, and really terrible circumstances when finding out that happened. But we'll talk about it there with Jerry. So Jerry basically wrote a song about this here. So the song is called Connor's Song, and obviously a real personal song to the family, this one. So we'll go to this week's song for you, and then we'll get Jerry on the phone. So this is, folks, Jerry Cunningham with Connor's Song. I say the song is dedicated to the 3 teenagers who died or were crushed to death at the Greenvale Hotel on St. Patrick's Night, folks, queuing for a disco in 2019. Here we go.
Standing in a circle in the rain, tears are lost in eyes that feel the pain, wondering where this all went wrong. There wasn't meant to be a song for you, my friend. We'll meet again. We'll go to a dance. We'll go to a dance one more time. Crowds had gathered, hundreds, maybe more. Eyes fixed firmly on that hotel door. The fear, the push, it all began. No rhyme, no reason, no ordered plan for you, my friend. It's not the end. We'll take you to dance. We'll take you to dance one more time. When, dear Lord, did you decide to take Connor close to your side? 3 lives gone amidst that dark and cold. You're handed back his jersey, green and gold. It's yours, my friend. Yes, you'll wear it again. And I'll take you to a dance, if I could ever get that chance. I'll take you to a dance one more time. One more time. Your face lights up the memories in my mind, to help us ease the pain over time. It never really goes away. It lasts until your dying day. Your face, my friend, we'll see it again. We'll take you to dance. We'll take you to dance.
we'll take you to dance one more time. And I'll take you to a dance if I ever get that chance. I'll take you to a dance one more time. And I'll take you to a dance if I ever get that chance. I'll take you to a dance one more time. One more time. One more time.
There we go, folks. That was soon of Connor's song, or so it is, from Jerry Cunningham, of course, song, and we'll talk about it in the interview. That song was written all about the terrible tragedy that happened at the Greenvale Hotel in 2019, St Patrick's Night, when basically 3 teenagers lost their lives when they were crushed outside queuing up for a disco. So we're just going to get Jerry on the phone here now, folks, and then we'll get on with the interview. So hopefully he's going to pick up. Hello, Jerry. Are you there?
Hello, Rory. Can you hear me?
Yes, mate. Fantastic. Happy days. Good to have you on, Mucker. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good.
Well, not too pleased with the result today. I know you're a GA man, like you're making care of this old English soccer, like, but it was hard to take, like, so. For God's sake.
Well, it was no. Well, I did watch it. I do follow Celtic, yes, and go over to a few of the matches. I'm a GA man, yes, but. Like most GA people have our
shocking, man.
Have to have our dose. No, they were shocking. They were terrible bad.
But listen, before we start things off, I just want to apologise first for calling you a Tyrone man last week, because you had to sort of make me right. I know I was advertising this wee thing for today's interview, and it said Jerry Cunningham from Tyrone, and you had to sort of clip my heels, go, listen, son, I'm from Armagh, I'm a prime Armagh man, so so my apologies for that there, Jerry. I know like some people take the nick there when they get called from a different county.
No issues, Rory. No issues at all. I have a lot of great friends in Tyrone, and I spent a lot of my life in Tyrone, so I have no issue with that. It's just that I don't want people thinking he's a Tyrone man and I'm not a Tyrone man.
Yeah, well,
does that make sense?
That's it. Well, so Jerry, you started out around the band scene 1975, right? So see, back then, see the kind of, would you have been playing sort of like rebel and ballad stuff then when you first started out, or?
Well, maybe some ballad stuff and rebel, but I suppose a lot of the bars at that time, particularly in rural country areas and places like that, became quite scared to play rebel music, and you know, a lot of bars were a lot of danger in bars at that time, and a lot of bars in my own area here were attacked and blown up, and you know, people were afraid at that time. So
yep.
There was a lot of music, but not so much. The bars changed probably in the 70s, probably. The lounges opened up and music came into the bars and lounges and things like that. So the early 70s and mid 70s, there was a real then flux of music in bars and places like that, you know, and clubs, social clubs,
yep.
Really took off in that period.
Yeah, so we had Mickey McNally on last week, and actually he was saying that probably around the same time he started with his brother Tony. So it was, and he had said like, it was a similar like, kind of thing when they first started playing. It was more folky sort of songs and ballads rather than rebels. Like, so it was probably would have been more in the 80s before they started playing a lot of the rebel stuff. Like,
yeah, a lot of premises were afraid, you know, and it was scary stuff at that time.
Yeah,
you know.
But listen, obviously you're very well known for a lot of the songs you've written, right? So the first song you wrote was a song called the Lockall Martyrs, right? Now, sort of obviously. The song was about the Lockall SAS ambush and east of the East Home Brigade. Now, this is a song I don't think I've heard, right? The only song I've ever heard about the Lockall was the one Jerry Cunningham wrote, obviously the Lockall ambush. So was this here song ever released, was it? Or was it just a song you wrote?
I had it on a tape, and I sang it at the 25th, the 30th. Yes, at the 30th anniversary in Kappa, last in I think it was 2017, and I sang it then. And no, I've sang it quite a lot, or about quite a bit. But no, Jerry Cunningham song would be much more recognised on it.
Yeah,
it was one of the first songs I wrote simply because I knew quite a few of the Loughgall fellas, and I'd have known them quite well, and one or two of them, particularly one I taught in school. I knew them in school through teaching, you know.
Right. So obviously this was the first song you wrote. So was this off your own bat, or did sort of some of the families come and sort of ask you, could you do a song for them? Or
families would say, "Oh, look, Jerry, if you're thinking of writing, would you ever write a song about Loughgall?" And I said I'd love to, you know, I kind of would. And it was quite a traumatic event at that time, particularly, you know, in East Tyrone and around here, my own area of North Armagh, East Tyrone, which we would run closely into the Blackwater River. It was quite a traumatic event, and it was traumatic on the locality, and I did the song for them, for the fellas, and particularly I knew the Donnelly family quite well, and Helen, Seamus Donnelly's sister, was a pupil of mine at school. And I knew them, as Seamus had went through the school in Dungannon. Actually, he had went to Dungannon, but and the Arthurs, Declan Arthurs, and I met him in Dungannon, and and I was very friendly with Pádraig McKierney and the McKierney family as well, and they were great people.
Yeah, so obviously speaking before with Jerry Cunningham, when he wrote the song Ambush Canoe, obviously it was very sort of hard for him because he had taught some of the guys as well who died in that ambush in the school he taught in. So what was it sort of like for you if you knew these guys and they were obviously sort of killed in such brutal circumstances, and obviously being their teacher, like what sort of, how did that affect you when that happened, like?
Well, it was very difficult, like, and it was, you know, you knew them in a different capacity, of course. You know, they knew them as pupils at your school, but these were really good lads. Like, I mean, a lot of them were lads who probably would have gone on to own their own businesses and do their own things, and a lot of them probably would have gone on to be very successful in life, and they chose a different path. They chose the path of fight for freedom, and they lost their lives doing that. And it was very hard not to feel some degree of, you know, sympathy and empathy with these lads. The families in particular in the areas, like, these were very strong Republican areas, and with people with great values and great ideals, and suffered badly, suffered greatly during the Troubles. And when you taught them in school, probably there was a different. I knew them as pupils, like, and obviously, you know, politics wasn't a thing we would discuss regularly, you know, or something like that. But that's why I knew them, and then to watch them, you know, be carried to their graves is was fairly tough.
Yeah, just looking at the comments here, another good friend of the show, Liam Lappin. He says Jerry's a legend across the country. His music has had a big influence on many performers, including myself. And he says he used to smuggle me rebel tapes into the school back in the day. So he did.
Yeah, no, Liam Wilder's a good friend, and Liam used to come up and say to me quietly, you know, Master Cunningham, you couldn't give me a tape. And look, those were difficult times too, because, you know, education and everything else like that there, you know, remember even the police wanting to come into your class, you know, to give talks on certain aspects of education, what they call education. And or you see at that time and you're saying, go away, you know, you're not
you're not coming in here. Yeah.
You know, and it was quite rightly so, because there were a lot of parents, a lot of people, apart from the whole political issue of it, there were a lot of parents who and pupils in my class who had suffered greatly at the hands, and you were going to take them into your class to talk to them.
Oh, definitely.
It just did not add up, really. But look, everything at that time was, you know, and even, you know, it's different. Like, but things at that time were very difficult, particularly in schools and teachers and everything like that. You're trying to steer middle courses in a way. You're trying to steer middle courses, but at the same time, you couldn't close your eyes to what was happening around you.
Definitely, yep. So obviously, Jerry, you've also wrote some other very well-known ballad songs that I play regularly on the show, such as like Ian McInnes. We're going to talk about that song later on, so we're going to play it at the end of the show, right? Obviously, the song we just played there from the East Tyrone Remembers album, Martin and Daisy. And obviously you've done the Killing Martyr as well and Seamus Woods. We'll talk about the Aiden song later on, okay? But obviously, a lot of these songs are all sort of personal songs that you've done. So, I mean, the same thing, would you have had a lot of the families a lot of the time come to you and say, listen, look, could you do this song for like our brothers or my husband, or I mean, kind of thing, whatever, or when you recorded these, like?
Yes, sir. Maybe just not as bluntly as people would say, look, we'd love to have. It's great to have your son or your daughter or some member of your family that has been, unjustly murdered or killed or whatever it is, and then, to have them remembered in such a way that it makes it live with the family. And that's the whole idea about it. The whole idea is to help the family come to terms with the loss, apart from all the rest, on a personal level. It helps give comfort to families. Yep. Who have lost, and when families did come to me, like the Drumney martyrs, they're like, I have to hand it. There is Sissy. We know her as Sissy the Bard, Sissy Mullen. Like Sissy the Bard is one of the great people and an inspiration to me personally. And they're from Formas, up around the Ballagolly, Formas area. And there were her son Brian was killed in the Drumney ambush, and I was been familiar with them obviously through school and stuff like that. And I remember her saying to me, look, Jerry, I'd love just something to have him to remember him by.
Yep.
And for me, it was an honour even to be thought of in that way, to be asked. And it was the same with Aidan, and it was the same with the Woods, Seamus Woods. The Woods is one of the nicest families you would have the pleasure of meeting anywhere. The Woods family from Pomeroy, and Seamus was killed in July back then, and very sad incidents. Like those are great. Rural, heart of the country. They really are heart of the country people.
Yeah, just and again the comments here. Another good big fan of the show, who you probably know, Shane McCrory, just said, he says, Jerry told me in school the morning that Martin McCaughey died. That's the issue he did.
That's right, and I sang at Martin's funeral. Martin McCaughey and Peter McCaughey and all the McCaughey family from up in Galway Cap area. Martin was in the class, and it was difficult to get out. I remember it being quite difficult to get out of school to go to sing at the funeral. It just wasn't that easy to boards of governors, and sometimes just was difficulties, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of really good people. You knew who was with you and who wasn't at that time. And, people probably nowadays probably don't realise the difficulties. And I'm not being sort of like patronising towards those people at that time, but there were a lot of difficulties and a lot of fear. And when you have a war going on around you, and people lifted and people shot and people jailed and people dead, there were those who rose to the challenge, and those who stood back and watched the challenge, and those who hated the challenge going on. And most certainly at that time, it was difficult, and you just had to nail your colour to the mask and say, look, this is what I'm doing. And Martin McCaughey and the McCaughey family are great people, are great people.
Yeah. So listen, I opened up the interview there before I brought you on with a song that a lot of people know about, but it's a song about a terrible tragic event that happened St Patrick's Night 2019 at the Greenvale Hotel in Cookstown, where three teenagers, Conor Curry, Morgan Bernard and Lauren Bullock, all lost their lives. Now, I can remember that evening I was actually DJing at the O'Neill Arms in Toonbridge, so it was on that night, and it's one of those things. I was just, you can read the floor, and I've just seen people were like crying and hugging each other, and the music was playing, like, and they're hugging each other and crying and showing each other their phones, and I was like, something's happened here, what's going on, like? And obviously then the manager came up and said, listen, we're going to knock it off a half hour early, like, there's something's happened in Cookstown, really bad. So listen, we're just for a mark of respect for the families there. And then obviously I found out what had happened when it finished the gig. So obviously you've read a song here called Conor's Song. That's the one I played. So tell me a wee bit about this song, Jerry.
Well, Conor's Song was, yes, we were all, again, on a different sphere totally, like, but this was something that should never have happened. This should not have happened. And the families of Lauren and Conor and Morgan, obviously, and lots of other people, like there were a lot of people traumatically, there was a lot of trauma that night, and a lot of people still to this day are still traumatized by it, and a lot of help was needed there. But Eamon Curry was Conor's father, and John Curry, and I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, John Curry would have been the grandfather of Conor, was a great man. He was a lifelong Republican, and one of the men who I met regularly with, and he worked with the Tyrone PDA and the prisoners, and myself and a few of us others, and the likes of Benny McGuigan and Hugh O'Donnell and Art McCahey and myself, we met, and John Curry, and we organised and worked for the Tyrone prisoners, and we raised money and went around every week delivering, or whatever it was, whatever passed the time, delivering money to prisoners' families. And John was a great man and loved the music and loved, any of the songs that I would sing. And Eamon contacted me and said he would like something, maybe if I could put something together for Conor. And in the style, they loved the Aidan McInnesby song and something like that. And I said, look, I'd be honoured to do it. And that's why I come up with it. And funny, I was talking to Eamon on Friday night there. And again, look, I can't even imagine. No words of mine really will ever convey the horror and tragedy and pain that those families have gone through, and the families earlier, the McCaheys and all those families and the Donnellys and everything else. What they have come through is unreal. And if that song that they get gives them some sense of relief and some help, and in some way helps them through this difficult period in their life, I was delighted to do it, and that's why I did it. And I sent it to Eamon, and they were delighted with it, and the lyrics, etc. And what I do first of all is I'd write the song and I'd send the lyrics to the families, and I would ask them because if they're happy with it, as far as I'm concerned, I don't really, not terribly worried who likes it or doesn't like it, as long as the family,
as long as they're happy with it,
as long as they're happy with it, it doesn't really matter what outside of that.
Right. So
that was how.
Go ahead.
Conor's song, sorry. That's how Conor's song came about, and as I said, look, and I'll say it again. It's no one wants to be writing songs about young boys and young girls dying. Nobody wants that, and I don't want to do it either. I prefer never to have to write a song like it. But unfortunately, we live in a time and a place where if you can give some comfort, these things do happen, and you give some comfort, well then I'm proud and happy to do so.
Definitely, Jerry. Fair play to you. So I'd say you then are, for most people, you're most known for playing with More Part of Your Elbow. So obviously you set the band up in 1982. The very first time I would have seen you guys was at the opening day carnival parade at the West Belfast Festival. Obviously up in the Falls Park, you would have been playing on the stage, and then obviously you played at the old Spring Hill Festival, which was mad. So it was like, there's actually, my mate has actually videoed the whole gig of using, and it's an old crackly videotape, but the whole gig's there from Spring Hill. Now, but the very first night I seen using, it was actually the night I had my very first drink. And obviously underage, so it was up in the old Derby House in Belfast, so it was. It's now.
Well, those days are those, like, for every disappointment, tough, like, the political side of all was a tough gig, and those were tough gigs and tough songs and things like that to write. And whereas War Party Elbows are different. Like, I had played with a wee band, the Emmatones, who were a group of fellas from Clonmore, friends of mine from the football club, and Paddy and Kieran and John Donaghy and Teresa McCarran. We played together, and then we when that group ended in 1997, I played with a fellow called Aidan Coyle and Brian Coyle, God rest Brian now, and a wee group called the Detroits. And the Detroits, whether we were really good or not, I don't know, but I tell you this, I had 11 years great fun. But a band came along called the Goats Don't Shave. Yes. And they were very good.
Hills on the Gall.
The music
song that they do. Yes.
You buy Gallagher, Pat Gallagher, the fellow, the lead singer, and I could talk to him time, and I said, there's something there. And I set up the Jerry Cunningham folk band, and Patsy Montague, a good friend of mine, Patsy, again a pupil at school, and they'd left a while now, and Helen Donnelly, now Gormley, Claire McChrystal, and we Mickey McGoldrick. And the five of us set up the Jerry Cunningham folk band, and we went to America in 92 and 93. Well, formed at the end of it, I came home and I said, look, God, I'd love to take this band a wee bit further. And I took in Paul Falloon to drum, and Pat Casey, a good friend of mine from the Brantley, Pat Casey. Pat said, look, Jerry, I'd play in it too. And I said, Pat, that'd be brilliant. And the Dungannon Observer, at that time, we took out big pages of the Dungannon Observer advertising themselves, just as a band, but didn't say who we were. Right. We just took it out, we were going to form this band. And the Observer rang me and said, look, George, you need to put a name on this band. And I said, I will. And I didn't know, what do you call yourselves? And I said, I looked through a book of so many tunes, this Irish tunes, and there was one called More Party Your Elbow. And I says, More Party Your Elbow. And the one, he says to me, I know, but what do you call yourself?
Yeah.
That's
it.
More Party Your Elbow. I remember one time, a good friend of mine, who's an older woman, came to me and says, what sort of band do you use anyway? Is there a disgrace? And I says, why? She says, I see a big advertisement for you in Newry. You're playing somewhere up in Newry. And I says, yes. She says, and have you called More Party or Below?
You're below.
You're below. And I was going, right enough. I says, no, that must be a
typo.
But anyway, I formed that, yes, and come home from America after a couple of great tours, and would work with some great people over in America, Jack Kilroy, Jerry Foley, them men who took us around Boston. We did a lot of work for Noriad and a lot of work for the movement over there. But we come home and we moved in different directions. Decided like we'd form this Celtic rock band, and that's how More Party Your Elbow came about. And I never dreamed of it like anything else. I just wanted to do it because I loved the music. I never dreamed it would go anywhere. And I remember the West Belfast so well. 93 was our first one in the Falls Park, and 94 was the Spring Hill.
Yep.
And that was your first drink, Roo. It was 94, so we'll not go into the details of age or anything. But that was Spring Hill and Falls. We did it later on, maybe 97. We did it. It moved to St. Paul's GAA ground. I'm near sure 96, 97, maybe 96, maybe 97.
Yeah, that's people before they had a proper, because the venue basically shifted all over the place. It was just they put marquee in certain parts like that.
And to me, that was a highlight. Those were great days. I mean, Belfast people. I remember that Spring Hill. It was just, it's just something removed. It was fantastic. It was just what Belfast needed. I mean, to me, if ever there was anything that changed the face and the name and the concept and the whole image, was the West Belfast Festival. And I know there are a lot of things and all that there, but to me, West Belfast Festival is a failure of football now as it is. It is something else. Well, I mean, worldwide, not just here, worldwide.
It's shocking to say, but it took basically the killing of the corporals for that to happen. So it did, because it was basically we were seen as like savages and beasts, basically portrayed by the media. And obviously they said, listen, we're going to have to do something here to make try and give something back to the people, kind of thing. And obviously, and it started small. I mean, and look what it is now. Like, it's just amazing. 10,000 people in the Falls Park, like, a big open air concert every year. Fantastic, like. So it is.
Unbelievable. Through a willingness of the people and support and good leaders. When you have a community like that, and people say that sometimes urban areas lack communities, they don't know what they're talking about. Because if you go to West Belfast, and it's not patronising, because West Belfast people don't need me to patronise them or tell them. But I'm telling you, when you go to West Belfast, you see a community in action. You go down the Falls Road, you go to the Culture Land opposite in the Falls Road there, anything like that. You see a community in action. And I've been at the Connolly Centre and a few places like that.
Yep.
Tremendous, just a tremendous effort from people. And I met, what's his name? Kevin, he's the director of the West Belfast Festival.
The guy from Kieran from Lazy Colm, was it?
He took I met him a couple of times over another thing that maybe we might talk about later on if we get a chance, that he was interested in. But having said that, look, just to finish up, the West Belfast Festival was, and I can remember it so well at Spring Hill because we had a guy doing sound for us. He was doing the sound and we were playing away, and it was, as you say, there was thousands of people there, maybe upwards of 10,000 people. I don't know what was there, but it was just absolutely mad. And we were on the stage playing away, and the music that we were playing suited, the Celtic rock. It wasn't rebel now. We didn't. More Party Elbow did not do rebel music, simply because we travelled about a bit, and the times were dangerous, and we were travelling, and we just decided, look, no, we'll try it this way, and if I do rebel music, I'll do it on my own, and whoever wants to come with me will do it with me. And I was happy with that. But More Party Elbow, we just wanted to do traditional rock music. We loved it. So we did that anyway. But the sound man was a great fellow called Peter Kerr. Peter was from from Maherfeld, but a great friend and a great sound man. We were playing on Spring Hill on the stage, and I remember the crowd were jumping mad and going mad at this. It was Lady Anne's set. It was a set of reels we were doing, and Lady Anne's, and right in the middle of it, on computer, in this Irish dancing, and danced onto the stage and danced across it. Absolutely. Where one of our sound man was. He was dancing across the stage. He danced with his back. But we noticed, but nobody noticed. Peter couldn't put two steps together. But he looked the part, he ducked, and he did. And he was absolutely fantastic. And we always remember him for that great bit of fun at that time.
See that actual stage in Spring Hill there. So obviously you remember it was two just 40-foot trailers put together. So it was. But I obviously. A friend of mine, Crooksy, him and Big Pat used to do the sound there, so they did. They were just busy two DJs from the West. But so one of the nights of the festival was on. There was like a reggae band was playing, like a tribute, like Bob Marley and the Wailers, so it was. And obviously, because the two trailers were joined together, and the way it happened, they weren't sort of joined, they were just sitting side by side. And I think maybe the bass of the speakers or something. And they parted a wee bit, and this guy who was playing the bass guitar was jumping about you, and next thing he just disappeared. I don't know where he was, and he fell through the split in the middle of the two trailers, and it was about 10 minutes before they realised he was left, because they seen the lead from the guitar going down the floor. Madness, like, so it was.
It was like I said, only nowhere else in the world would you get this. Where in the world would you get this? And it was probably, like, at that time, it was, we had come through a period, I grew up, like, I'm older than but we're concerts like that. We didn't have concerts like that. We didn't have that.
Yeah.
This was nearly a new concept, nearly. Well, to us, and suddenly, in what it was to me, it was the change. It was the change.
So tell us, Jerry, about the song you wrote, obviously for your former member Mickey McGoldrick. Yeah,
well, fortunately, when we talk about songs, some of the songs, I wrote simply, and they're sad songs. There's nothing bright about saying what when you write songs like this. There's nothing really bright about it. These are tough things to do.
Yeah.
And it was a tough time in the bands. A tough time in the bands to do. Mickey McGoldrick was our. Mickey came to me first when I was starting the Jerry Cunningham folk band, and Mickey says, "If you ever start a band, I play the banjo. Would you consider me?" And Mickey was from Kappa, Galway area, Kappa, and I'm not sure the parishes. Altmore would be the chapel. I'm not just sure of the parishes, but anyway, he said to me, "Look, Jerry, I play the banjo. Would you consider me?" And then Carrickmore asked me would I come up and do Easter Sunday night in Carrickmore. Right. Ever been to Carrickmore on Easter Sunday night? It was the venue.
Yeah.
Lots of reasons that we can't go into on radio, but it was the venue.
Well, Mickey had said last week as well that's basically on the night where the Irish Brigade were formed. He got up on stage with Jerry Cunningham, we did, and basically a few weeks later the band was formed in, so they were from that Carrickmore gig on Easter Sunday.
It was the Republican Oxygen Festival. It was it, and brilliant people, and they came along on Easter Sunday to celebrate, or to commemorate the Easter rise in different ways. But anyway, we were on the stage, and I did it. And Mickey played the banjo with me, and a great fella. And then when I decided More Party Elbow would be formed, Mickey was included. And when More Party Elbow started, as I said, that first night we played in the Fort in Dungannon, and we'd made a big hype about the band. And we played in the Fort, and the Fort had about 250 people, and it was packed out. And whether we were any good or not didn't really matter, but what did matter was that there was 200 people didn't get in.
Right, bong down.
Didn't get in. So therefore, whether the band was good, the legend started to spread. And actually, we actually, through rehearsals and playing, we actually got, well, I'd like to think we got a lot better better. And by the 10th gig, we were selling out 3,000 tickets for the venues, and out of just crazy stuff. And it was just, we were superstars. We were just going to be the next, and people had us lined up, and we met this and that, and there was a buzz. When there's something happening, there's a buzz, and the buzz was there, so we thought. And then, as I said, like in life, something is a way, or maybe the man above, for those that are into religion, and I have a bit of it myself, maybe there's something to stop you in your tracks and say to you, hold on a second here, you're just getting a wee bit big for your boots. We'll skids on you here. And Mickey was, and we played the night before in a place called Glenravel up in Antrim.
Yep, Martin Higgins' country, Glenravel up there, yep.
Yeah, great, lovely people, great part of the country, great hurling and football people. And anyway, we played there, and the next night, Mickey had went to town, and I got a phone call on a morning to say, Jerry, Mickey had been killed in a car accident. And Mickey was killed in a car accident, and that was in 1983, and that just stopped us in our tracks. April the 17th, 1983, Mickey McGoldrick was killed. And, you know, as I said earlier on, I'll say it again, there's nothing I can say on here, whatever, to Mel and Teresa and Mickey Senior and the late, God rest Sinead. Nothing, no words of mine will ever convey what they went through that time. And we went through it because that time, like, the band was in the eyes of the public in our own area, I suppose, in a way, like in Tyrone, Armagh, maybe Fermanagh, roundabout, and even up to Belfast, where we were starting to make waves. And that kind of stopped us in our tracks, you know, for a while, and made us appreciate what we really have. And I say the same to everybody, you know, take what you have, you know, because tomorrow it's nothing.
Yep.
Tomorrow it's all gone. So that was how I wrote the song, I Only Know That You're Not Here Tonight. And I didn't say that whatever happened, I didn't know what happened, I didn't care whether it was right or whether it was wrong or what happened. The fact is, you're not here. And that's why I wrote the song for him.
So listen, we're going to take a break now from the interview, Jerry, and play another bit of music. So listen, this time we're going to play this song, probably the biggest hit More Power by Elbow had, The Trip to Tip, right? So firstly, see this song, tell me, is it based on a true story? And like, is it the names of the people on the van all legitimate, or what's the crack with it?
Well, for copyright reasons and for them claiming money off me, yes, it is true, surely. It is. The Fizzer, Baldy Fizzer's my twin brother.
Right.
And they went to go to the Trip to Tip way back, and the Trip to Tip was that festival at that time.
Thurles, wasn't it?
And they all went to go to it, and they were a motley crew, but a great bunch of lads, fantastic motley crew, and they all decided to go to it, and they're not going to put into the back of the van, and the Fizzer didn't realise, he's called Fizzer's his nickname, and he didn't realise that the van was that the fuel in the van was diesel. They thought it was a petrol van. He stopped out and he filled it full of petrol. And I passed him down the road. I didn't go on it. When I passed him down the road, 10 of them was all out pushing
the van.
Pushing the van to get her started again. While some of the boys had bled her and they filled her up with diesel and all that sort of crack. I started there. You know, I suppose censorship and everything wouldn't allow me to tell the full story. But look, just suffice to say that Fizzer, Brendy, all those lads, and they're great. And I will do the video shortly. I've been doing the video of it, recreating the story and the video of it shortly, and I'll dedicate it to them. So I dedicate it to all those boys, and particularly my brother.
See, obviously, because the song it's the one recorded live at the arena, so it is, right? And this is from the Best Love album. Hey, do you mention something called Bone Crusher? Is there somebody called Bone Crusher?
Bone Crusher. Bone Crusher was a boy called Tom McDade.
Right.
And Tom's out there, so Tom, hello to you. And if you're listening to this, if you do, Tom was called Bone Crusher. And for reasons we're not going to on the video, but he was known as Bone Crusher. And there was Ollie, Fizzer, Randy in the back, and there was a squad of them. And they were the main men, and there were fellas that just would have been drinking about the town at that time. They got themselves a van and they wanted to go to this festival, and they would just look at the spur of the moment, off they went. These boys did that, fellas did that, and stuff like that, and it was right. So Bone Crusher, yes, Bone Crusher's a person, thankfully alive and well and kicking.
Yeah, well, listen, so we're going to put you on mute here on your stream, because it's the song's on the same channel here, okay, from the download. So listen, Jerry, we'll be back with 5 minutes or so whenever the song's finished, right, folks? So here we go. This is folks, More Power to Your Elbow with their best of CD live at the arena. So it is an Armagh, fantastic album. So this is with More Power to Your Elbow with the Trip to Tip. Absolutely love this song, folks. Here we go. Oh, second I get that, there is the song for Connor again. See, getting ahead of myself there. Right, so Hopefully it's on this one here. Right. Here we go.
Just relax, we've got a tax. There's room in the back for a kip. He'll give it to me, it's all for free. We're going on the trip to tip. So I ain't singing brandy in the back, we can give all the rest too. We're heading south, give it a go. Please look up your doors. And mother, hide your daughters. Please put padlocks on the doors. On the trip to tip. The old man stopped, measured the bag like a weasel. Brought on the intensity, began to mention the fuel in the van was diesel. So we're going on the crew. Ollie, Stringer, Randy in the back, Mickey, Geek, and Walter for two. We're heading south, people look out, please look out your doors. And mother, hide your daughters, please put padlocks on the doors. On the trip to tip. Shoved it down the road to the pieces were all dead, and the soon gonna go with the diesel overflowing and the fuel pipes from them. And like the night as they come by south, Buzzer's crew put in, and because of the drinking, the band was stinking whiskey, fuck past gin. So we're going up on the tip to them, on the Buzzer and the crew. Ollie, Stringer, Randy in the back, Mickey, Geek, and all for two. We're heading south, people look out, please look up your doors. And mother, find your daughters, please put padlocks on the doors. Come on, all together. All together, come on. To everyone's joined the race of the boy. They went to the inn for a drink. There was Ollie, Swinger, Brandy in the back. No sign of Frankie King. And out they ran to search the van. They realised their slip. For Frankie got a woman and he shouted, I'm coming on the left with the tip to tip. So we're going on the left with the tip to tip. On the Buzzer and the crew. Ollie, Swinger, Brandy in the back. Frankie King, the ball number two. We're heading south. People look out. Please look up your doors. And mother, hide your daughters. Please put padlocks on the doors. On the tip to tip. Ladies and gentlemen, will everybody clap their hands? Because this song tells the story of a group of boys all from the boy in County Tyrone who went on the festival to the tip to tip. Will everybody clap their hands? Come on, everybody in the stairs. Come on, everybody. Let's hear it. This is the song we're going to take to number one. We're going on the tip to tip. Ollie Buzzer and the crew. Ollie, Swinger, Randy in the back, Peggy King.
goes pusher 2. We're heading south. People look out. Please look up your doors. And mother, hang your daughters. Please put padlocks on the doors. And I did the death.
There we go, so more party more folks with the trip to Tip, absolutely fantastic, from their greatest hits album recorded live at the arena in Armagh. So let's see who we'll get Jerry back on the wireless here. Just unmute him. Are you still there, Jerry?
Yes,
happy
right.
days, good man. That's madness, mate. Some tune, so it is, I have to say. And here, tell me this: did you just get it the number one, that song?
Oh well, I don't know why we did or not. We got the ones
somewhere,
or somewhere like that, or somewhere in some of the colleges in America. Yes, well, we did. Look, it was our keynote tune at that time, and it took the band. You know, I always say to young bands, you know, people would ask me, Jerry, this and that about bands, and I've always said, look, if you write your own stuff and push it and do it right, you know, you'll make it quicker writing your own than you will make singing somebody else's. And I've always said that, so, you know, get down and get your head if you can do it, get together and do that.
Definitely. I have to say, that there actually the night in the arena there, I mean, there must have been some crowd in from Tyrone, because when you sort of mentioned about the boys from Dungannon, like, or the Moy, the crowd went mad, like, so it is.
Well, you know, the band, a lot of the band, you know, Helen and Claire and Pat and most of the band were Trials only Armagh man. And well, Eugene was from Eugene Davy. Is from Kilray. Eugene was a great Eugene was a great friend of ours, and Eugene suffered his own tragedies. You know, I lost his father in the Troubles, and John Joe Davy, and Eugene joined us, a great guitar player, and he was from Derry. And the rest were all from Tyrone, so you know, there would have been a big following from that time, and that was the way it was.
Fantastic. So listen, we're going now.
I suppose
move on to your playwriting, Jerry. Right? So obviously, you've written 2 musicals. One in the heart of the country, all about the civil rights movement in '68, and obviously most recently the sort of hit much toured musical Blood Upon the Rose, which I did not know you had written until you told me here, like, during the week. Now obviously it's a play I didn't get to see, so didn't. And a lot of my friends and family have said it, and they went to see. Absolutely amazing, brilliant. So it is, like. So obviously you're working on 2 other shows at the minute. So firstly, how did you get into the writing and directing side of things? And like, did you sort of set up your own stage company or something? Then did you?
Yeah, well, my own initial thing was a drama. Drama is I have a background in drama, teaching, etc. as well. So I had that, and obviously an English drama in English and certain writing skills. It's other people to judge whether they're any good or not, but I had that. And when I came along, I always directed. I loved musicals. I loved doing the school musicals. I directed. You know, I could safely say I'm a hand of about 100 of musicals
in school.
from Joseph to Oliver to Annie to Grease to, you know, even recently Hairspray, made in Dagenham, and them all. You know, directed, and I've been a director, and of that. And then the council came along to me and said to me, Jerry, look, it's the decade of the anniversaries. We've quite a bit on the Psalm, but we've nothing on the 16 Rising.
Yep.
Would you be interested in doing something? And previous to this, Rory, I had carried out a street drama in Carrickmore to commemorate Easter Sunday, and I wrote a short piece on the story of Grace Gifford and Joseph Plunkett, and we performed it live on the street. It was only a short piece, maybe 15-20 minutes, on the street in Carrickmore, and I thought there was something here. I said, I think I'll develop this. But anyway, I didn't bother. Obviously, like everything else, it goes out of sight, out of mind. And then the council rang me a good fella from Sean McPeak, and said, "Right, look, Jerry, would you be interested in doing something? We'll see if we can get some help for you." And I said, Sean, it's difficult to put on a musical because number one is financially.
Yep, big.
It's a lot of money. It's big money, and I don't have. He said, "No, we'll give you some because there's money there for putting on to celebrate it."
Yep.
And he says, "Look, you can do it." And he said, "We'll give you whatever." And it was. I then decided to sit down. I said, "Well, look, I have that." And to be honest with you, I was in two minds whether to do it or not because I didn't want to go down there. I just didn't know time to do it and all. And then I said, "Right, I will." And I sat down and I, for 6 months, researched, studied, read the books, and I have a background in history. I have a degree in history as well. So I had a good, reasonable knowledge of the subject. And I went into it in detail. And I sat about and I wrote the show Blood Upon the Rose. And it was based on their love story. But it was like a bit like, if you can imagine, the Titanic is the love story of Jack and Rose set against the sinking of the Titanic. Yep. This was the love story of Grace and Joseph set against a very strong setting of the Easter Rising. And I knew, it had to be dramatic. I'd only one chance at this. And you've one chance, there's no chance to rewrite it. So I did, and I can tell you the first night in the Bernabin in Cookstown, it was sweat. I'm telling you, when the curtains, or when the lights first came on, I didn't know how this was going to go down or what way it was going to be received. But all I had done was I spent 6 months studying it, I spent 2 months writing it, and I spent a month writing the music. And I said, "This is it. Let's go for it. For better, for worse, we'll go." And Rory, it
exploded. Yeah,
just exploded. It has sold out. We've been to Glasgow to the Armadillo Theatre. And so 2 nights. It's 6,000 tickets. It's a 3,000 seater stadium, and it sold out. And same with Belfast, the Waterfront, where we did it first at home, and then the Opera House. We sold 4 or 5 nights in the Opera House, and the Millennium in Derry, and the Olympia in Dublin, and the Apollo in the West End in London. The show went to there and sold out in all the venues. And Rod Stewart, and look, people have their own opinions and whatever, I'm not going to go into this. But all I can say is Rod Stewart came to see it, flew in from he was playing in Germany, and he flew in from Germany, finished his gig and flew in the next day and came to see it in the Olympia in Dublin. And look, it was fantastic, and it was down basically to a great cast. I have to say, people can talk about the writing and all that there, yes, but there was a fantastic cast, and I can only pay tribute to the cast and the orchestra behind it. Now, and the orchestra is basically more part of your elbow, if you want me to be honest.
Right, okay.
That's your basic praise, and it's just something in your life that you can look back and say, "Well, I did that."
So how long was it for, Jerry? How long did you tour it for?
Well, we were turned up till we started in 2016, late 2016, 2017, and our last was the Opera House in Belfast, and it was sold out. It sold out in 3 days. The 5 shows sold out in 3 days. In Belfast, in the Opera House, and we couldn't believe it. We couldn't get a ticket for love nor money.
Yeah. And
they were as much surprised as everybody else. But I knew that we had the potential to sell it, and then it went. So the COVID then hit us. We planned to take a break and then do a tour. This time Liverpool and Cork and a few places were very keen to take it, and obviously everything has
came to a halt. So is there a plan then once we're sort of up and going again to maybe go and take another round again, or?
Yeah, we will.
Definitely, I'd definitely love to see it if I get a chance, like so. Whenever
I hope you would. It's something I'm very proud of. Something I'm very proud of the cast. I'm very proud of it. My family's in it. My wife Breda is helping me with stage managment. It's not often that you can say my 4 children are on the stage. Rory plays Eamon Kent, and Kayla, my other son, plays Sean McDermott, and my wee daughter plays the street scene of the urchins and the looting after the rising. And it's very emotional. It's very sad. And Lauren McCall from Galway is Grace Gifford, and Daniel Donnelly from Portmore, Blackwatertown is Joseph Plunkett. I couldn't ask for. I don't know where I could spend it. I really don't. So listen, yes, Roy, to answer your question, we are planned definitely to do one more run of it. Brilliant. And then after that, we'll be happy enough.
But definitely next year we can go and see it then, definitely. So listen, obviously, if you're not busy enough, Jerry, you're also the chairman of Clonmore Robert Emmett's GAC, right? So how long have you been involved with the club? And is it a very hands-on role? Like, as you don't, it's not just a sort of like a honorary sort of president kind of thing. I mean, are you really involved with the club then?
Well, the GAA to me isn't a game. It's a way of life. Yep. It's a way of life for us here. And my family and my 2 sons play for the local club, and my 2 girls play camogie and football both. And rain is just this morning, like I said, our house on Sunday morning was just hectic. Rain is away playing for the county, Armagh Camogues, and the boys they had a match yesterday. Thankfully, the first wee challenge match yesterday after the break, and Margaret was away playing with the under-14s. Breda, my wife, was chair there of the Armagh County Board for a short while, and she's chair of the Portmore Camogie Club, and I'm chair of Clonmore Robert Emmett's Football Club. Right. I'm very proud to do so. Very proud to be. My father was chairperson of the club before me, and I probably kind of walk in his shoes a bit. I've been there now. It's my 8th year, I think. It's my 8th year, and I'm very much a hands-on person. From closing the gate, directing traffic, to hold meeting, whatever it has to be done. Everything. I take the coach the under-17 team, and I also coach the Armagh under-14 development squad.
What do you have time to do anything, Jerry? Like it says that you're never in the house at all. Like you're always. Yeah, well, no, look, I got a lot out of playing Gaelic football. I got a lot out of it. Yep. I got a lot out of the club, and I got a lot out of what it does for the community and what it does for the people. And I've met a lot of really, really good people, and it was great to get the chance to put something back into the community and into the people. And we fight very hard for our community in Clonmore. Clonmore's a wee small area in just up there in where Peatlands Park is, up that area off the M1, and there's a, shall we say, a small nationalist area, Catholic area. And once you go outside it of about a mile, you're not selling too many GAA tickets. But that being as it may, it's a small nationalist area and a small community. And we fight very hard to keep the community alive. And the football club is an anchor. It's along the heart and soul. We fought a long battle to keep our school open, Clitty Clay Primary School. We fought a long battle. And they closed it. Actually, it was closed. And we fought and we won a court case. And we won the court case. And the school at that time had 25 pupils. It's now over 100. So, and the GAA is central to everything in our community. So and that would be the next question we're going to say. Is like, obviously, thankfully now everything is sort of, we're playing and stuff again over the last few weeks, whatever, everything's sort of opening up. But see, regarding the pandemic, how was it sort of for you in the club and stuff? Because obviously, I know like when people are sort of so used to out playing every week, training every week, and they basically have a took off you and you can't do nothing. I mean, was it sort of hard for the club, and obviously your kids and all as well? Like, well, it's a big void. I mean, there's only so many walks you can go on. Yeah, I mean, you walk in the morning, you walk at night, but it is what it is. And when we were in the GAA, we issued lots of things. We put together little videos. We sent out to did lots of things. Lots of clubs did this. I mean, not just us, but lots of clubs were brilliant at keeping the kids as active as we can. It can only go on for so long. And the basic premise was to keep everybody safe. And look, that basically is the main thing. And if we had to take a back seat, we had to take a back seat. That's the way it was. There were a lot of good people who suffered with the COVID, and we delivered. The community got together, and the football club were very prominent in a group called Clonmore Cares in delivering stuff to every home in the area, whether it was GAA, whether it were nationalist
or not nationalist,
Yep.
whatever they were, we left a box of groceries at their house. Everyone. And it was surprising, really, the number of people who don't come from a nationalist background who sent us letters of
Thanks and stuff. Yeah.
like that. And it helped to bring the whole thing, bring us together a lot more. Because, and that's, it was, COVID had like in every club, in every area, it had a huge, it impinged greatly on the life and lively of the community.
So listen, Jerry, before we shoot on here, because we're actually talking nearly for an hour, believe it or not, we're going to obviously, I mentioned earlier on, we're going to play your latest version of Ian McInnesby, right? So obviously this song, Ian McInnesby, it's definitely a legendary song. So there's not a sort of week goes by that I don't get a request for it in the show. It's on almost every Republican album ever released that features a song. Any sort of folk or rebel gig I've ever been to, it's played at some stage during the night. So tell us a wee bit about writing this sort of iconic song, Jerry.
It came about through Eilish, God rest her, Eilish McInnesby, and I was very friendly, and the McInnesbys all went to St. Kieran's High School, Ballagall, and we shout out to all those from St. Kieran's and that. And they were a family from Aughnacloy or Ahaloo Parish. And again, look, I know I say this again, I suppose I don't want to repeat myself, but people who know the McInnesby family, they're just the salt of the earth people. And they're really good people. And like lots of families like that. And Eilish, I first met Eilish way back in the early 80s, and Eilish was standing for Sinn Féin in the election in the area. And people don't realise nowadays how difficult it was really to stand for an election at that time. To put your name forward. It's very dangerous.
Yeah, surely.
And today, I know it still can be iffy enough, but at that time, it was, you were taking your life into your hands. You were putting yourself forward there. And Eilish did and put herself forward. And she asked me would I help her with the election. She was her area that she was standing in ran into where I was. And I said, God, Eilish, well, surely I'll help you, whatever it is. And it was very funny because she said to me, Jared, will you man the booth for me? That impersonate an officer, you go in there and you do that. Nice, Eilish, I will surely. And so that was all right. Eilish still accent, and Eilish rang me and says, right, Jared. But what Eilish didn't tell me was she was sending me to my Gashel to do the voting. Or sorry, Killyman, which was close to my Gashel, where there would be about 20 nationalist votes at best. But Eilish wanted to put me in the booth public. And I sat there, and I mean, it was scary stuff. I was sitting there from 7 o'clock in the morning. Nobody speaking to me. Yep.
not a cup of tea over to you or nothing like.
No. But it was dead on. They didn't say anything to me because even though they still terribly weren't sure who it was, because there was a few others standing in the election, and it could have been maybe the Workers' Party or someone, whatever it was standing. They didn't know who I was until Eilish arrived at 6 o'clock that evening into the polling booth. And shaking hands with me and everything. And I'm telling you, I had to get the police to get me out of it.
Some looks have had a knew who you were throughout the day. Like you made us sat there the whole day.
It was very funny. It's funny looking back on it now, but let me tell you, it wasn't funny at the time. But to go long story short, then I had grown up that with friends, and I'd known Aidan. Aidan had went to St. Kieran's in Ballagall, and well, I didn't teach him exactly. I'd known him through playing in the wee band, the Detroits, along with Aidan and Brian Coyle, and I'd met him, and he'd come over to me and with great crack and knew Aidan. And then he 28 whatever, he was shot at the checkpoint in Aughnacloy. And I mean, it's bad enough to lose your brother or son or your daughter, but and like many people in the country but to lose it in circumstances like that, there's a pain naturally. To lose it like that, there's an anger, and there was an anger with it. And a real anger that, there are lots of people throughout the north here who have lost loved ones, and they all feel that pain. And the McInnesby family have always said that Aidan is not, but Aidan was the first one to really bring it home, that there was something terribly wrong in the state here, that soldiers and members of so-called security forces were shooting Catholic and Republicans, Nationalists, whatever it was, without cause, without plea, and literally walking away from it. Literally walking away. And people said at that time, and I think Aidan's death was a catalyst, people said, look, enough's enough. We're not going to put up with this anymore. And the likes of, Peter McBride on the New Lodge Road and places like that there, and other people that were people were saying, hold on a second here. This is enough. Enough's enough. And Aidan's, there was an outcry then. Here was a young fella who was typical of thousands and thousands of young lads carrying a pair of boots in his hand on his way to play a game of Gaelic football.
Yep.
That brought it home to people. If they can shoot the like of Aidan McAnespie did, they'll shoot any of us.
See in the song, when you've talked about there, and it says, the soldiers swore to get him. I mean, so would he have been stopped a lot of the times regularly there? I mean, and taunted by the Brits? Or? Yeah.
People would know the border checkpoints, depending on the regiments that were in. Look, we all know there were regiments that weren't as vicious as other regiments. And those of us who went through the border checkpoints knew that if the Scotch regiments were in, you need to be careful. Or if there were certain regiments that were in were particularly nasty. And there was one regiment, and I think it was Manchester, in that area, whatever it was, and they were particularly nasty to Aidan and to people. And they had warned him a couple of times, said to him a couple of times, we'll get you an Aidan was not political. Aidan was not any member of any organisation that I am aware of, or I'm sure anybody else, but look, that's it. And he had been travelling with us, but Aidan was like many of us, like we all had our Republican views and everything like that. That didn't mean to say we were out at night, but everybody, that's how we thought. And Aidan was like that, and Aidan told him time and time again, and this told him that they would get him. And as I said in the song, sure enough, they did. They did.
Heartbreaking.
Sorry, really?
No, it's a really heartbreaking song. Obviously, the words, it's one of those songs, Jerry, where as I mentioned, no matter where you go, and just the words in it, they're really hard hitting. So it is.
I always think the song, really, not for me. And I keep saying this: the songs are not for me. The song is to get a story out there that tells the people who. It's amazing the number of people who do not know the true facts, who are fed a diet of what shall we say British papers, etc., the media, and who do not understand clearly. Now, yes, there are a lot of good people out there who do, but I have to be honest with you, the vast majority, some of them not so very far away from us, who do not believe that Aidan McAnespie was shot deliberately by a soldier in cold blood. There are people who do not believe that. There are people who do not believe that. And I said, the song needs to tell people that there was an injustice here, and that there are injustices not just with Aidan McAnespie, but with lots and lots of other families who have suffered the same thing and are walking about in a daze and an anger and can do nothing. And look, we don't have to go to Aidan. There, closer to your own home, Rory, I'm sure there are lots of people.
There's Pierce Jordan as well. It's a perfect example, like exactly the same circumstances, like probably. So it was like, I mean, he was shot unarmed in the Falls Road, like murdered in the back. So he was like, and
who was that?
Pierce Jordan.
Yes, Pierce Jordan, exact same. And like people have to know, like the likes of families like that. There, those people, like Desi Grew and Martin McKay, like, and the likes of Shimmy Grew and them and Aidan Carroll and the likes of people like that. Those people were absolutely, that was murder. Absolutely. And I'll stand up and I'll argue that no matter where and wherever I am against people and say that. But the point about this Aidan's song to me was a story that when Ailey said to me, Jared, and again Ailey said, look, Jared, if you're writing a song, if wee words or a poem or something, would you write for Aidan? And I said, well. And I sat one Sunday evening, and Rory, people will tell you, I'm sure Jerry Lacken and the boys and Tony McNally or whoever it was on with you last week. Marty, was it? Or
Mickey. It was Mickey last week.
Mickey, sorry. Yeah. Mickey was on last week. Well, I'm sure Mickey will tell you, anybody who writes songs can tell you, I could sit for 3 months. It's like blood upon the rose. I could sit for 3 months and write nothing, and in 1 week I could write the show.
Yep.
yeah. Aidan's song. I could sit for months and write nothing, and one Sunday evening I came back after the game of football and I sat down and I wrote the song.
It just came to you? Yeah.
I just came to and look, I wrote it, as I said, the song's been written not again to help the McAnespie family get a message across, But it only became because other groups and other people took it and ran with it and sang it.
Yep.
Do you know
Made
what
it so famous. Yeah.
Johnny and the boys rang me. The Wolf Tones. Derek Warfield of the Wolf Tones, and they sang it, and that gave it a wider audience. There's no point in saying any difference. Yes, I know. I'm pleased to accept that maybe the song was strong and would be good and could carry. But those people really helped as well. And when people ring me up and say, Jerry, I want to put Eve McAnespy in. All I've ever said to them was, by all means, do so. Just put down that I wrote it because I like
your name.
As a writer. But that's all.
Yep.
And I said, take whatever you do, just get the word out there.
Definitely. So listen, we're going to play up your newest version, Jerry, now, and we're going to finish up the interview with. So obviously you've done this here, released this not long ago there. So tell us why you sort of decided to do an updated version of the song.
The reason being, Ray, was because when I wrote the song, it was what, 88, late 88, 89 when the song first came out. And that's what, 30 odd something years ago, isn't it? 32 or 3 years ago. And I did the song at the time, and I just felt I wanted to do a really good, definitive version of it, strong version as I could. And I spoke with my good friend Pat Casey, and I said, Pat, look, I really want to put this down as a strong version and redo it again and do it in a way that I really want it out there. And I want the video, and I have to thank the McAnespy family, and particularly Vincey McAnespy. Vincey's been a great friend and a great support to me over the number of years. And Vincey gave me footage and got footage, and he got his cousin Damien to give me all the footage and a lot of stuff that had been unseen and stuff like that of that time and of the incident and of media reports, etc. And particularly, people don't realise how strong Tommaso Fee cut short that he was going somewhere to come home to officiate at the funeral. And people don't realise really that at that time the press didn't even cover that.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of the press didn't show him actually saying the mass. I might have heard his words because of it was, you know, that type of what I was talking about earlier, about how the media were controlling the situation and how they didn't want it out there, that this here was a widespread feeling among the communities, particularly the nationalist community and wider, that there's something wrong here, there's something rotten going on here. And they tried to hide it. So when Vincey and I met about it, I said to Vincey, and Vincey says, look, Jared, I have really good footage here and I'll give it to you. And that's really
how the video came out,
the video came up. I have to thank my son, Keelan. Keelan does all the video work for me. Andy did the work on that other song, and then we sung for Connor as well.
So if any is just it's on YouTube, so it is the videos here. And it's just obviously Eve McAnespy on Jerry Cunningham's page to yourself and on YouTube. So listen, Jerry, we're going to play the song. Thank you very much for coming on this afternoon. It's been a privilege having you on today and telling your story. So it has. So
yeah. Can I just say to you one wee thing just before I go? I have a brother in hospital, and I just want to send a wee hello to him. He was a man. He played football with me all my life, and any battles I got in the field, he was the man behind me in the battles. Let's put it that way. You can read it. But he's fighting a big battle, the biggest battle of his life at the moment. And to share me, keep strong. You know, you fought for me when I was there, and I needed you, and I'll be behind you in this big battle of yours. So to Shimmy Cunningham, I will dedicate the song to him as well.
No problems. Listen, Jerry, thank you very much. And listen, I've Blood Upon the Road close come out, and I'll try my best, and I'll come and see you then. So whenever it's out, I'm going to go a yarn with you. So
can I just say thanks, Ray? Thanks for asking me. You look, it's a privilege, and thank you.
No problem, mate. Listen, Jerry, thank you very much, mate. I'll talk to you again. Cheers. There, folks, that was great Jerry Cunningham. So say we're going to play now the latest version. Jerry released just a few months ago, so it was, and this is Eve McAnespy, the updated version this year. Jerry Cunningham, folks.
Twas on a Sunday evening, the sun shone in the sky. He walked his way to the Gaelic pitch
Did he think he was going to die? And as he crossed the checkpoint, the sound of gunfire came. The news spread through the border town, Aidan McAnesby's dead. Oh, why did you do it? Have you not the guts to say? You say it was an accident or even a ricochet. But like Loughball and Gibraltar, your lies are well renowned. You murdered Aidan McAnesby on his way to the Gaelic ground. For years he was harassed by the forces of the crown. He went to work every day and he left his native town. But the soldiers swore they'd get him for reasons no one can say. And sure enough, they murdered him in cold blood that sunny day. When people heard the gunfire, they came from miles around. They saw that young man lying there. He was dying on the ground. His flow of life was ebbing fast, and people did try their best. But the bullet wound was far too deep. It passed right through his chest. Oh, why did you do it? Have you not the guts to say? You say it was an accident or even a ricochet. But like Loughball and Gibraltar, your lies are well renowned. You murdered Aidan McAnesby on his way to the Gaelic ground. Had ended. 'Twas time for Judgment Day. The soldier jumped down from the tower, and the coward he slipped away. God's curse on New England, this cruel deed you've done. But God will have his final say when your judgment day will come. To say it was an accident, that's the greatest crime of all. To their heartbroken family, no worse could ever befall. And a cross marks that lonely spot where Aidan was shot down. As he walked on that Sunday evening on his way to the Gaelic ground. Oh, why did you do it? Have you not the guts to say? You say it was an accident or even a ricochet. But like Loughball and Gibraltar, your lies are well renowned. You murdered Aidan McAnesby on his way to the Gaelic ground. Oh, why the guts to say. You say it was an accident, or even a ricochet. But like Lockon and Gibraltar, your lies are well renowned. You murdered Aidan McAnespie on his way to the Gaelic ground. Yes, you murdered Aidan McAnespie on his way to the Gaelic ground.
So folks, there you go. Just on that note there, we're off Facebook, I think. I'm just going to double check here now, but I think, yeah, just the end of Aidan McAnespie. We'll just got cut off Facebook. So at least we got the whole of Jerry's interview on there. So we did. Actually, hold on, sorry, are we still on? Maybe actually are we? Just let me know, folks, if we are. I think we are cut off Facebook, are we? Let's see. But yeah, listen, folks, loads of great comments coming through there. So there was for Jerry Cunningham. So thank you very much for all tuning in today. So we're here to 6 o'clock, folks. So another 2 hours to go. So Beaver Snatcher, 18 Brits. Yes, folks, we've got 2 hours, so we can't complain. So as we're off Facebook, what I'll do is then I'll copy the link from the YouTube link onto Facebook, and I'll let everybody know that we're on YouTube until 6 p.m, folks. So yeah, there you go. Thank you very much. Just there's some partying on here, so it must be in this here YouTube stream. I don't know what's going by the comments. But listen, yeah, folks, so we're going to move on with this one next. It's from In the Dockery's album. This one, somebody asked me earlier on to play Billy Reid. So yeah, this one is from In the Dockery's album, The Celtic Night. Here we go. This is the Billy Reid on Rebel Sundays, folks. So exclusively now on YouTube till 6 p.m. Here we go.
I'll sing you a song of a terrible wrong on a flag that a flew half-mast. For a man who lay dead, he was rippled with lead, and he died on the streets of Belfast. And the radio said, there's another shot dead, and he died with a gun in his hand. They never said why Billy Reid had to die, for he died to free Ireland. It happened one day when the bold IRA set out to fight for their land. With an old Thompson gun, got the troops on the run to return to his home with their clan. And the radio said, there's another shot dead, and he died with a gun in his hand. They never said why Billy Reid had to die, for he died to free Ireland. While returning his gun, Billy met British Huns, and when the fight begun, his position was dire, but his gun wouldn't fire, so he died when that old radio said, there's another shot dead, and he died with a gun in his hand. They never said why Billy Reid had to die, for he died to free Ireland. Though he lay dead, he was kicked in the head by the hair. They dragged him around, but they still fear him yet, and they'll never forget how brave Billy Reid stood his ground. And the radio said, there's another shot dead, and he died with a gun in his hand. They never said why Billy Reid had to die, for he died to free Ireland. If you think he was right, come out, join the fight, and help us to free Belfast. For the blood that he shed, although he lay dead, in our hearts his memory
Yep, there we go. The sound of End of Thackeray here, the Celtic Night with the ball of Billy Reid, folks. Right, so we're here at 6 p.m. Thank you very much, folks. If any of you have left me a wee tip today, cheers. There's a good few have come in this afternoon. So if any of you are feeling generous, want to leave a wee donation or a tip to the show, just scan the wee QR code, or there's a wee pinned comment to the comments there on YouTube. Just paypal.me/DJ Row Show, folks. Be very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Let's see. James McClaver says, fuck's sake, I only went for a quick wee after the interview and Facebook was gone. Thank God for multi-streaming. Well done, Ro. Happy days. So it's looking like you all want to hear 18 Brits anyway, so we'll get that on very soon as usual on a Sunday afternoon, folks. So if there's any more requests, let me know. As I said, we're going to get Jerry Cunningham on, so we might get him on about 5 o'clock or something maybe. Jared's just going to come on busy to talk about obviously the big drive-in Rebel event that's happening on the end of May up in Clonturk Hall, busy between Cookstown and Ardbow direction, so it is, but really looking forward to it. I'm going to be doing the Sunday gig, the Rebel Sunday gig with so I'm going to be playing a few tunes before all the bands go on, also introducing all the bands on stage, so really looking forward to that, folks. So hopefully you can get a ticket for it. So right, we're going to, as I say earlier on, we're going to play a few tunes from Liam McDonald's brand new album. So here we go. This is somebody asked earlier on for the two Britons. So what we're going to do is I'm going to give away Liam's copy of this album. It was meant to last week, and it went clean out of my head because somebody texted me and went, "What happened? You said I won't give away Liam's album. You didn't." I said, forgot, I'll do it next week. So yeah, I blame Mickey for sitting here because busy talking away and just come clean out of my head. So yeah, we're going to give away Liam's album, so I'll give out the question after this song here. So this from Liam McDonald's brand new album, folks. Here we go. This is the two Brentons on Rebel Sundays.
Who in the hills round Crossmaglen became living legends in their day. They're there indeed in freedom's fight, shone like a beacon in the night, where Harvey and McFerry showed the way. A song can't bring them back again, nor heal the wounds or soothe the pain. A song can only keep alive the names of gallant women and of men, their lives consumed by freedom's flame. And we owe that much to Molly and to Burns. A ball of smoke rose o'er the land as cruel fate had played its hand. The two Brendans would have chose no other way, for they died the way they'd want to go, in action against the British foe. They lived and died to serve the IRA. A song can't bring them back again, nor heal the wounds or soothe the pain. A song can only keep alive the names of gallant women and of men, their lives consumed by freedom's flame. And we owe that much to Molly and to Burns. In Crossmaglen and Romantee, we'll keep alive their memory. In Silverbridge we speak their names with pride. Hollyhanna down through Katy Town, through generations we'll pass on the exploits and the cause for which they died. A song can't bring soothe the pain. A song can only keep alive the names of gallant women and of men, their lives consumed by freedom's flame. And we owe that much to Molly and to Burns. We're a special kind of people here. We'll brave defiance, never fear. And we'll still be here when the tide against England turns. Oh, for in our hearts we know we're right, and we never will give up the fight. We owe that much to Molly and to Burns. A song can't bring them back again, nor heal the wounds or soothe the pain. A song can only keep alive the names of gallant women and of men, their lives consumed in freedom's flame. And we owe that much to Molly and to Burns. We salute you, Brendan Molly and Brendan Burns.
There we go. That is the two Brentons are for you with from Liam McDonald, folks, from his brand new album. So, as I said last week, I was going to give away his album. I completely forgot. So, I said, blame me, Mickey, because he lost my whole train of attention. So, listen, we're going to give away now. So, we only are on YouTube. So, everybody on YouTube is busy listening. Here we go. This is the question. So, and first, and I'm watching the streams. I know the last time Marty Heaney started crying because he says he answered it first. So here we go. Whoever answers the question first is going to win the copy of the album, and I will get it posted out to you on Tuesday or something, because the post offices are closed tomorrow. So for a copy of Liam McDonald's album, folks, tell me this: what city in the north is Liam McDonald from? So what city in the north is Liam McDonald from to win yourself a copy of Liam's brand new album on CD? It is on Spotify as well. Just actually play the tracks there from Spotify. So, let's see. So, yeah, so if you're listening, folks, no, there we go. Audrey is the winner. Audrey Buzz Yiggett is the winner. Newry, the first one through. Liam McDonald comes from Newry in County Down. So he has loads of people saying Derry. No, he's definitely not a Derry one. So he isn't. He comes, and he's not from Belfast either. He comes from Newry. He's a proud Newry man. So Audrey, you are the winner. So listen, I have your details here, Audrey, already. So I will get that posted out to you on Tuesday. Okay. So thank you very much. Well done. And there's loads of people saying Derry. Definitely not Derry. So he isn't. So, yeah, folks, about 5 o'clock for just a wee small chat, we're going to be getting Jared Glacken on the phone, and he's just going to be talking about, obviously, the big drive-in Rebel Night that's going to be happening at the end of May, which we're so looking forward to, folks. So Jared will just be coming on and tell us exactly what it's all about, how you can buy your tickets, where it is, who's playing, all that kind of stuff, right? So here we go. So Marty Heaney, no, you're actually lost there, Marty, but it's actually Newry, but Audrey was the winner, so she was. So Audrey was first up there with Newry. So let's see, just looking for a request here. So John Boy McElhaney asked for this one, so he says looking for Four Green Fields by Kathleen Loggy, and as we are on YouTube now, we can play this, because normally won't get away with playing this if you're on Facebook, because it just cut you off completely. So and it's great to see John Boy as well. He bought some merch off me there, and he actually works in the post office over in Scotland, and I got a picture sent to me yesterday of him with his package holding it up in his, so it didn't have to get posted out to his house anyway. There you go, could have saved me on the postage. So this is Kathleen Largy with in the flying column with Four Green Fields, especially for John Boy McElhaney on Rebel Sundays.
éire Sinna mé ná chaileach béire Mór mo glór mé do rugcú cholann cróga Mór mo naire Mo chláán híon do díl amachir Mise éire Uig ní mé ná chaileach béire
What did I have? Said the fine old woman. What did I have? This proud old woman did say I had 4 green fields. Each one was a jewel, but strangers came and tried to take them from me. I had 5 strong sons. They fought to save my jewels. They fought and they died. And that was my grief, said she. Long time ago, said the fine old woman. Long time ago, this proud old woman did say there was war and death, plundering and pillage. My people starved by mountain, valley, and sea, and their wailing cries, they reached the very heavens, and my 4 green fields ran red with her blood, said she. What have I now? Said the fine old woman. What have I now? This proud old woman did say I have 4 green fields. One of them's in bondage in strangers' hands that try to take it from me. But my sons, they have sons as brave as were their fathers, and my 4th green field will bloom once again, said she.
I am Ireland I am older than the old woman of Bear Great is my glory, I who give birth to Cuchulainn the brave Great is my shame My own children have sold their mother I am Ireland I am lonelier than the old woman of Bear
There we go. So now Kathleen Murphy with Four Green Fields. You're all loving that song this afternoon, folks. Yep, here at 6 p.m. So we are. Yeah, a few people just saying the oldies are definitely the best. Definitely are. Well, I suppose when it comes to Kathleen Loggy anyway, they definitely are, folks. I just seen something out there now about somebody's broken on the Old Trafford or something. Just seen a picture on Facebook of just some boy sitting on the goals with a bag of tins, drinking away. What the hell's going on there? Is there supposed to be a match on there today or something? Is there? I don't know. Who's you need to play today? Right, so folks, as normal, once we get kicked off Facebook and back on to YouTube, there's only one song we can play, and you're all loving it earlier on. So here we go. This is the brilliant Damien Quinn with the only version of 18 Brits that is available to play. So it's a live version from one of the streams, and all of the verses aren't in it, so they aren't, but you get the gist anyway. I think Damien had a few sherbets that night because he normally never plays it, and somebody has recorded it and stuck it on YouTube, so we're going to play it anyway. So here we go. This is Damien Quinn, folks, with 18 Brits on Rebel Sundays with myself, Road, till 6 o'clock the night. Yo!
Well, 18 Brits on the white road, will-ya, 18 Brits on the white road, down by the narrow water. For on that road there was a bomb, will-ya, 18 Brits didn't last for long, down by the narrow water. There were 9 murders, came in the canteen. There were 9 policemen, nowhere to be seen. And the sergeant said, "Fuck it," they kicked the bucket. The day the murders came into the canteen. Well, Lord Mountbatten had a boat, will-ya, Lord Mountbatten had a boat down by the Snag o' Waters. For on that boat there was a bomb, will-ya, Lord Mountbatten didn't last for long down by the Snag o' Waters. There were 9 murders came in the canteen. There were 9 policemen, nowhere to be seen. The sergeant said, "Fuck it," they kicked the bucket. The day the murders came in the canteen. Well, 18 Brits were blue to bits, will-ya, 18 Brits were blue to bits down by the narrow water. For on that road there was a bomb, will-ya, 18 Brits didn't last for long down by the narrow water. There were 9 murders came in the canteen. Were 9 policemen, nowhere to be seen. The sergeant said, "Fuck it," they kicked the bucket. The day the murders came in the canteen. The day 9 murders came in the canteen.
Now for 15 years or more, with Armalites and mortar bombs, thought I knew the score. Oh, but now we have a weapon we've never used before. The Brits are looking worried, and the choppers are flying lower. Shucky Arla, sing up the rap, up the rats, the signs in the sky. I started out with petrol bombs and throwing bricks and stones. There are 100 more lads like me, I never was alone. But soon I learned that bricks and stones won't drive the Brits away. It wasn't very long before who did I join? I joined the IRA. Shucky Arla, sing up the rap, up the rats, the signs in the sky. Is it a bird? No. Is it a plane? No. It's super sad. Let's hear ya. Shucky Arla, sing it yourself. Up the rats, the signs in the sky. Well, then there came internment in the year of 71. The Brits thought we were beaten, that we were on the run. On that early August morning, they kicked in our back door, but for every man they took away, sure they missed 20 more. Jockey Ireland, sing up the rock, up the rocks, the side in the sky. I spent 8 years in the cages, a time to think and plan. Although they locked away a boy, I walked out a man. And there's only one thing I have learned while in a cell I lay: the Brits will never leave us. Not until they're shown away. Sorry, come on now. Sing up the rock, up the rocks, the side in the sky. All through the days of hunger strike, I watched my comrades die. And in the streets of Belfast, you could hear the women cry. Well, I can't forget the massacre that Friday at Lochgall. I salute my fallen comrades as I watch the choppers fall.
Here we go!
Sing up the rock, up the rocks, the signs in the sky. One more time yourselves here. Shutty Ireland, let's hear the sidewalk. Sing up the rock, up the rocks, the signs in the sky. Up the rocks, up the rocks,
Say up the rat, say up the rat. There we go. Was it Jerry always says there's nothing like the real thing? Most definitely. That's the Irish Pew there live with the Sam song, and then Brilla Damien Quinn before it there with 18 Brits. I say a few verses missing, but obviously about half of the song he played, but listen, that's all I have, so what can you do? Folks, cheers for tuning in. Still good lad numbers here on YouTube. Listen, thank you very much this afternoon. Let's see what we're saying here. There seems to be a slight argument going on YouTube about basically people putting up Ivory Coast flags instead of tricolour. That does my head in, seriously. And I always feel the need that I have to tell somebody, now, what did you do that for? So, folks, any more requests, keep them coming in. And we'll get them on for you at some stage this afternoon. Just looking through here, what else? Right, so Ciara Griffin, this is the song that we were talking about earlier on that didn't know what you were on about. So obviously she wanted me to play the Joseph Mary song from my album Rebs for Hope. It's the one that's written by Dana Barrett and Sean McCafferty, and it's sung by Sean McCafferty on the album. So obviously we had two pretty mad songs there, sort of up the rah ones. So we're going to take it slowly, take it toned down with this one. But I say this song here, obviously Jerry was on talking about Joseph Mary, Plunkett and Grace Clifford, about the play Blood Upon the Rose. So obviously this song here obviously tells the story in Grace's eyes of what happened about the wedding and stuff. So here we go. This is a fantastic song, requested all the time, folks. So this is the brilliant Joseph Mary from Derry's Sean McCafferty, folks, on Rebel Sundays. Just listen to the words in this song. It's absolutely beautiful.
As you look upon me, you gaze into my eyes. Pain it moves in slowly, for you've a greater love than I. I'll forgive you for your first love, for Ireland is so dear. And I know for you to save her, you must leave me here. My heart is breaking, Joseph, as I hear the seagulls play. No longer you'll be with me after all of this today. I know I'll never love again, my heart is far too sore. And I know that you'll stay with me until we meet once more. 1,000 times I've pictured our wedding in my head, with all our comrades gathered, but your fate is set instead. These memories of Kilmainham will stay with me now. This fight for Irish freedom has led us to our vows. Our love lies in the future of Ireland bright and free. We took the call together to gain our liberty. But until then, dear Joseph, sleep where the Cramacree. And when I finally join you, we'll have eternity. 1,000 times I've pictured our wedding in my head, with all our comrades gathered, but your fate is set instead. These memories of Kilmainham will stay with me now. This fight for Irish freedom has led us to our vows. This fight for Irish freedom has led us to our vows.
As I was climbing into bed, my poor old granny said, I looked out of the window and the army had arrived. The house was soon surrounded, they battered the front door in. I knew they'd come to take away the little me granny's bin, and it was scream, bang, shout, raise an awful din. You've got to spread a warning when the army they come in. She opened up the window and she clambered down a spout. Soon her bin was rattling forth to call the neighbours out. She then took out a whistle and she blew away like hell. And soon we heard the echo as the neighbours blew as well. And it was scream, bang, shout, raise an awful din. You've got to spread a warning when the army they come in. A soldier came right up the stairs, his rifle in his hand. She kicked him with her button boots and along the hall she ran. Then up and stepped another one, some medals for the win. But all he got right up the gob was a little me granny's bin. And it was scream, bang, shout, raise an awful din. You've got to spread a warning when the army they come in. The music rose like thunder as the bins and whistles played. The army soon retreated, they knew they'd overstead. It wasn't made of silver, it was only made of tin. But once again it saved the street, the little me granny's bin. And it was scream, bang, shout, raise an awful din. you've got to spread a warning when the army they come in. Now war has had its weapons since men began to fight, and everyone has different ways to try and show their might. The army has tried everything to cover up its sins, and now the plastic bullets fail, they're trying plastic bins. And it was scream, bang, shout, raise an awful din. You've got to spread a warning when the army they come in. Go home, kind friends, and go to bed, sleep as best you can. But if trouble comes along, get out and lend a hand. To all you fair young ladies, if trouble does begin, get out into your backyard, love, and rattle away at your men. And it will scream, bang, shout, raise an awful din. You've got to spread a warning when the army they come in. And it will scream, bang, shout, raise an awful din. You've got to spread a warning when the army they come in.
There we go. The Little McGranny's been there for, I think that was it Carlan? Or Derek asked for that one, not sure. Derek Delaney, or 48, says, Ro, what about doing a YouTube gathering end of November, start of December? Be nice to meet up, put a few faces to the names here. That would be class to do something like that, definitely. Even like a bit of a Facebook gathering, because there's so many obviously people around the country. Like you see, all you see is the same people, the one on the messages and the chats on the two streams, and you're talking to them every week, but obviously you don't know who they are. Like it'd be great to do something like that, honestly. Yeah, definitely. Right, Kira, no problem. I'll look that up for you, so we'll get that on. Not a problem, missus. So Carlin Gold says, I'm going to play Patriot game. Right, yes, I will do it there, no problem. I'll look into that. Jerling Collar says, yeah, beautiful song. Actually talking about the Joseph Mary, their song before Little McGranny's been. Right, so somebody asked me earlier on to play Something Said So Strong. So we'll do that there now for you, and then we'll go with Jared on the phone, and we can find out what the crack is with this here big drive-in rebel weekend that's happening. I was going to say next month, but it's actually this month now. Really can't wait for it. So right, here we go. This is hold on a second, make sure I put the bloody thing in, the right song in. Where Dan? This is Rebel Roots, which Jared and Sticks from their album Rebel Roots, the Lockdown Sessions. This is Something Said So Strong, and after this we'll go with Jared on the phone. So here we go.
All that I become, the further you take my rights away, the faster I will run. You can't deny me, you can't decide to turn your face away, no matter, 'cause there's something inside so strong. I know that I can make it. Though you do me wrong, so wrong. Thought that my pride was gone. Oh no. Something inside so strong. Something inside so strong. The more I refuse to hear my voice, the louder I will sing. You have hammer of Jericho, your lies come tumbling. Deny my place in time, you squandered wealth that's mine. My light will shine so brightly it will blind you. 'Cause there's something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, though you do me wrong, so wrong. Thought that my pride was gone, oh no. Something inside so strong. Something inside so strong. Brothers and sisters, when they insist we're just not good enough. But when you know better,
gonna look them in the eyes and say, I'm gonna do it anyway. 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 'Cause there's something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, though you do me wrong, so wrong. Thought that my pride was gone. Oh no. Something inside so strong. Something inside so strong. Brothers and sisters, when they insist we're just not good enough. Oh, when we know better, gonna look them in the eyes and say, I'm gonna do it anyway. 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 'Cause there's something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, though you do me wrong, so wrong. Thought that my pride was gone. Oh no. Something inside so strong. Something inside so strong. Something inside so strong. Something inside so strong.
There we go. That's the sound of Rebel Roots or Jared and Sticks from their album The Lockdown Sessions with Something Inside So Strong. Somebody asked me if I had it on the stream, but I can't remember. So hopefully Jared Glacken himself is on the phone here now from up around the hills of Cookstown. Over there, Jared.
Hello, Roy.
Well, what's the crack, mate? Right, so...
quiet your fine self.
So 22nd, 23rd of May, what is happening with this big drive-in Rebel event? What is it?
Well, basically, we're going to run the biggest event that this island has seen this year. So we've got a load of bands on the Friday night. We've got Rebel Roots, myself and Eamon, and then we're playing across Glasnevin, Conor Kelly and Kieran, and then the Irish Brigade are going to be headlining that night for the Saturday night. And then the Sunday is the Lockdown Legends, so hosted by yourself. And then we're going to have our Emer headlining that one, Glasnevin again, and then we're going to have Damien Quinn and Marty Higgins. So 2 full days of music. I create a wee bit of festival atmosphere. We've got burger vans, booked an ice cream van, so should be a bit of crack, bro.
Fantastic. I love that name, Lockdown Legends. What did you come up with there for? It sounds class, like. So it does. So
that's it. Just all, basically, Sundays all the ones who've been doing regular lockdown stuff, like yourself, been on every Sunday. Our Emer did a load of lockdown stuff, so just... up with the name Lockdown Legends, get all the ones that have give a wee bit out and give them a wee bit back, give them a gig, and it's just going to be great to get everyone back on stage and have a live gig again, you know yourself. So
this one, he's done this here last year, I was up at it, right? So tell me, tell the people as well, exactly what the whole sort of concept of this event is.
So basically, it's a drive-in concert. So you come in your car. It's £25, covers your car and 2 passengers. Anybody else then can just pay at the gate. So basically, when you come in, you'll get a radio frequency. You tune in the radio frequency, and we've got a massive big screen there, big cinema screen, and we'll be on the stage. There'll be a camera on us, so we'll be projected on the big screen. You listen to us through the car radio. So it worked out brilliant last year because I was a bit sceptical last year. We didn't know how to go with the atmosphere and people being away from you, but people were tooting horns. You're out yourself and flashing lights.
Yeah,
and the atmosphere was just absolutely brilliant. Yeah, it was a fantastic. It was one of the highlights of the whole pandemic, to be honest. Bring live gates and seeing faces and even getting chatting to the other bands and just the crack on the banter was just brilliant.
So you said you're learning minibuses and all as well. Is it now? So like it's what way's that kind of going to work?
Yeah, basically, well, I rang up the company there, and there are no real restrictions, so we're all within the rules that if anybody wanted to hire a minibus and come in, we'll just charge them at the gate. So basically, if anybody wants to contact me, just let me know if they're coming, and we'll just charge them at the gate. So if you want to organise a wee minibus, 16 or 26-seater, they're more than welcome to come along. So that's what I'm saying, check the regulations, and it's all above board. So it's just people can't get drivers, and a lot of people are actually saying, I'd love to go, but I can't get anybody to drive. So I said, organise yourself a bus and just pay at the gate. The only thing they need to do is let me know, because we've got that 120 limit on cars coming in. So they just need to let me know if they're doing that, not just rock up the night in case the capacity's full.
It's in Kirk Hall, so let people know exactly whereabouts this is, because it is a bit of in the arsehole of nowhere. Like when you stick in your sat nav in your car, I went and I was like, I said, where is this bringing us to? Where we kept driving, and the lanes started getting smaller and smaller and smaller. I said, where the hell are we going to here?
Yeah, it's perfect. It works for this gig because you have that many cars that it's out of the way. We're not annoying anybody. But it is basically in the triangle of Markerfelt, Dungannon and Cookstown. So it's 10 mile basically from each of them. So it's about a 45-minute drive from Belfast. Come down the M1, you're coming off there to Cannon Inn through Stewartstown. And say just put Kinturk Hall into your sat nav and it'll take you straight there. And say it's accessible. It's right smack in the middle of the 6 counties here.
Right.
Cookstown.
So
accessible from everywhere.
How do people get tickets for this here, Jared, or wristbands? What way is it going to work?
Basically, if they just drop me a message on Facebook, and all payments going through my PayPal, which is PayPal Jared Glacken, jared.glacken3@gmail.com, and just leave me a wee note with your name, and I'm going to post out anybody that's outside the Cookstown, Markerfelt, Dungannon. I'm going to post them out their tickets. Anybody within that remit, I'll be doing collection points like the last time, so there'll be a collection point the week before in Dungannon, Cookstown and Markerfelt, so people can come lift their wristbands. And I say it's just a matter of drop me a message on Facebook. Anybody's looking to go, and I'll get straight back to you and say it's just £25 for your car and 2 people, and just all payments through PayPal. That's the height of it. It's not difficult.
Happy days, mate. Really looking forward to it, Jared. Can't wait, seriously. Some cracks football.
It really should be, and great you're on board too, because I'll give the whole thing a whole lift and a bit of crack.
Yep. Tell while you're on here, Jared, 'cause I know I've noticed over the weeks there when obviously the Irish Brigade were doing certain stuff, and people were going, "Where's your page?" and all went to. So what the hell has actually happened? What is it basically? Is the band being treated by Facebook like?
Basically, every time we put up a page, even it just gets unpublished. I'm not sure whether there's a snake in the grass reporting us, or whether Facebook just don't like our style of politics. But there seems to be, even the Rebel Roots page, once I joined it to make it an Irish Brigade page, they tried to unpublish it as well. Now we've got it back up and going again. But the minute I put up anything about the Irish Brigade, they try to take it down. So basically, my father and me are just running it through our personal pages at the minute.
It's crazy.
So there's big plans for the Irish Brigade next year, so we are going to get a page set back up again. So we have a big, massive announcement to make in the next few weeks.
You set a website up, haven't you? You have a website now?
Website, Ari Murray set us a website for us, so there's a Irish Brigade website page, which the announcement will go, hopefully in the next 2 or 3 weeks we'll be making a big announcement. And I say me and Sticks run their recording studio there on Thursday night, and we have a wee song coming out this week, which I'll maybe get you to play next week for us.
Definitely, man. Happy days.
You're the first minute of it, so another parody I wrote.
Fantastic.
Coming out next week as well, so plenty of stuff.
But even
on the go.
See what you're saying there about the page being taken. I mean, it's not even just the page; it's the music. I mean, it's terrible to say, but I dread playing one of the Irish Brigade songs on the show, because you know as soon as it's just going to get cut off, and you're just waiting on that screen disappearing, going like, cheerio, it's gone, like, and that's why I always leave it later on YouTube, like, play them. It's nuts.
Yeah, victim of our own success. So we're a big band, so unfortunately that comes with the territory. We've got ourselves a bit of a reputation, so Facebook just simply don't like us, and there's very little you can do about it, so we just rock on anyway. There's no point.
That's it.
You can't fight an invisible man.
Yeah.
I mean?
So listen, Jared, this is Saturday the 22nd and Sunday the 23rd of May in Kinturk Hall for the big Drive-In Rebel event, and basically it's just facebook.com/JerryCunningham.1 if you want to get tickets in. And you can give the PayPal out and stuff, whatever, if needs be.
Yeah, absolutely.
No problem, Jared.
Follow my Facebook page. No, gentlemen, thanks for that.
Looking forward to it, mate.
Absolutely, it'll be a good one.
Okay, mate. I'll talk later on. Cheers, good luck.
See you later. All right, bye.
There we go, folks. Jerry Cunningham there. He's from the Irish Brigade and from Rebel Roots as well. So we're going to play a song from one of the bands is going to be playing at the event. Well, not the bands. Ciara Bonner was looking for what song were you looking for, Ciara? She was looking for a Fenian record player, so we're going to do the Kieran Davenport version. So obviously Kieran plays with Glasnevin along with Connor. So they'll probably give this wee song a bash on the night of the event on the I think they're actually playing both nights, the Saturday and the Sunday. So here we go. This is Kieran Davenport with a Fenian record player with his from his album True to the Last, and this is spicy for Ciara Bonner and her absolutely beautiful wallpaper.
Wee Willie John McFadden was a loyal Ulster prod who thought Daddy and Paisley was one step down from God. And he thought they ate their children in the back streets of Ardoyne. And he thought that history started with the Battle of the Boyne. He thought that history started with the Battle of the Boyne. One day he took a brick in his hand and he dandered up the falls. He was singing up the ranges and humming Derry's walls. He broke the big shop window to annoy the Pope in Rome. And he took a record player out and then he started home. He took a record player out and then he started home. Next night they had a hurley in his local orange hall. Wee Willie took his player to make music for the ball. He chose a stack of records of a very loyal kind. But when the music started up, Wee Willie lost his mind. For when the music started up, Wee Willie lost his mind. This Fenian record player was a rebel to the core. He played the songs the Orange Hall had never heard before. For Dolly's Braids and Daddy's Waltz, he did not give a fig. And it speeded up God Save the Queen till it sounded like a jig. It speeded up God Save the Queen till it sounded like a jig. He played the boys of Wexford and the wedding of the Queen. Such turmoil in that Orange Hall had never yet been seen. He played the woods of Upton and the men up 98. But when it played the soldier's song, it seemed to be Willie's fate. But when it played the soldier's song, it seemed to be Willie's fate. The boys who played lamented, to the ground Wee Will was thrown. And he kicked his ribs in one by one to the tune of Carry On. And he threw him out a window to a song about Sinn Féin. And he kicked him all down Sandy Road to a nation once again. And he kicked him all down Sandy Road to a nation once again. That Fenian record player was heard no nevermore. Well, he prodded it with beacon poles and flew it to the floor. But yet it was not finished, 'twas the funniest thing you've seen. For the flashes flying out of it were orange, white and green. The flashes flying out of it were orange, white and green. Wee Willie's up in the mental home, crazy as a coot. He sits there in his parrot cell and toodles on his flute. But when he tries to play the sash, he always gets it wrong. For halfway through he always finds he's playing the soldier's song. For halfway through he always finds he's playing the soldier's song. There's a moral to this story, what it is I cannot say. Maybe it's the ancient verse that crime it will not be. If you ask Wee Willie McFadden, he'll say you're kind, you know. If you want a pinch a record player, do it up the Shankill Road. If you want a pinch a record player, do it up on the Shankill Road.
There we go, there the bold Kieran Davenport there for you. Something stuck in my arm. Was me sticker or something? Ouch. Seem to have hairy arms, that isn't good. That was Kieran Davenport there with Fenian record player Spice for Ciara Bonner and the rest of the clan up listening Ligny there. So Ciara, there you go, up on Spice Day for you. Hope you're enjoying the show this afternoon. Marty Heaney just says, talking about the Drive-In Rebel event, he says, I take it to be no podcast that day. Well listen, I'm hoping there's going to be, Marty, but it just depends on how good the internet is up there. And when I went the last time, I tried to go live a few times and it just kept, it was like 1 bar or something, plus it was licensed down. But I think the gates are opening at 5 o'clock or 5:30 or something. So ideally I would like to go up and just obviously get set up and do a wee bit of a live podcast. We'll do now from the stage before everybody comes in. But say it'll all depend on the weather, or sorry, what the Wi-Fi signal is. That was, I won't be able to use Wi-Fi. I'll probably be sending the signal from my phone to the phone that I use for recording the podcast with. So, and hopefully I might be able to pick up a decent bit of signal. But if not, then I think that day will definitely not be playing, so won't, unfortunately, because obviously it's I'll have to travel all the way up there, So by the time I get there, and it'd be too late to be leaving here after doing the show, so it would. James McLeish says, I've booked to see Roe in Twinbrook this year and next year in Dublin, so I think his agents should get him across the water to see us. Well, mate, that's what the plan is. I'm hoping it's going to, one thing's going to maybe pan out and get a gig maybe over in England or Scotland somewhere. I don't know. Audrey Buzzy says, yeah, great Rebel Sundays always, Roe. Thank you very much. Stevie Holbrook says, beers and barbecue on Rebels. Perfect Sunday. Happy days, mate. Cheers. So I think a lot of people are talking about here maybe doing a meet and greet here, or like a YouTube meetup, which would be some crack, so it would. So, right, so somebody asked me earlier on for Go On Home. Can't remember who it was. It's way up there. Internet is crap up there. Yes, Marty, well, I know it is. So we'll see what happens. We'll maybe try it, and if it doesn't work, then we'll have to just give it up as a bad job. Yeah. So someone asked for Go On Home earlier on, so we'll do this one here for you. This is from Kelly's Men's album, cracking album, live in the Craigan, so it is. It goes, this is Go On Home, British Soldiers from Kelly's Men on Rebel Sundays, folks. Love this version of this song.
Thanks for coming tonight. We want everyone in the bar to sing along. So go on home, British soldiers, go on home. Have you got the fucking homes of your own? For 800 years we fought you without fear, and we'll fight you for 800 more. Well, if you stay, British soldiers, if you stay, you will never ever beat the IRA. For the 14 men a day, alas that you will pay. So take a trip and leave us, let us be. So go on home, British soldiers, go on home. Have you got no fucking homes of your own? For 800 years we fought you without fear, and we'll fight you for 800 more. Well, we're fighting British soldiers for the cause. We will never let the soldiers be caught. Throughout our history we're born to be free. So get out, you British bastards, leave us be. So go on home, British soldiers, go on home. Have you got no fucking homes of your own? For 800 years we fought you without fear, and we'll fight you for 800 more. We're not Saxon, we're not English. What are we? We're Irish, and proud we are to be. So fuck your Union Jack, we want our country back. Oh, we want to see old Ireland free once more. So go on home, British soldiers, go on home. Have you got no fucking homes of your own? For 800 years we fought you without fear, and we'll fight you for 800 on your own. So go on home, British soldiers, go on home. You got no fucking homes of your own. For 800 years we fought you without fear, and we'll fight you for 800 more. So go on home, British soldiers, go on home. Have you got no fucking homes of your own? For 800 years we fought you without fear, and we'll fight you for 800 more. Folks, thank you, good night.
Your band was down in the county down one evening last July. Down a boring green came a sweet Colleen, and she smiled as she passed me by. She looked so neat in her two bare feet and the sheen in her nut brown hair. Such a coaxing elf to shaking myself to make sure I was standing there. From Bantry Bay down to Derry Cunningham, from Galway to Dublin town. No maid I've seen like the fair Colleen that I met in the county down. As she onwards sped and I shook me head and I gazed at the feeling queer. And I says I to a passerby, who's your one with the nut brown hair? He smiled at me and with pride says he, she's the gem of old Ireland's crown. Young Rosie McGann from the banks of the Ban and the star of the county down. From Bantry Bay to Derry Cade, from Galway to Dublin town. No, maid I've seen like the fair Colleen that I met in the county down. She'd a soft brown eye and a look so sly and a smile like a rose in June. And you held each knot in her auburn throat as she lilted laments and tunes. At the patted and down she'd be in a trance as she skipped through a jig or a reel. When her eyes she'd roll as she lift your soul and your heart she would lightly steal. From Bantry Bay down to Derry Cade, from Galway to Dublin town. No maid I seen like a fair Colleen that I met in the county down. The harvest fair should be surely there, and a dress in me Sunday clothes. Wet me hat got right, and me shoes shone bright for a smile from the nut brown rose. No horse I'll yoke, no pipe I'll smoke, till the rest of me plough turn brown. And the smile bright by my own fireside, it's the star of the county down. From Bantry Bay to Derry Cade, from Galway to Dublin town. No maid I sing like the fair Colleen that I met in the county down. She'd a soft brown eye and a look so sly and a smile like a rose in June. And you held it not in her auburn throat as she lilted the ments and tunes. At the Patterton dance she'd be in a trance as she skipped through a jig or a reel. She'd roll and she'd lift your soul and your heart she would likely steal. From Bantry Bay to the Jerry Cade, from Galway to Dublin town. Now, maid I seen like a fair Colleen that I met in the county down. Near Banbridge town in the county down, one evening last July. Down a boring green with a sweet Colleen, and she smiled as she passed me by. She looked so neat in her two bare feet and the sheen of her nut brown hair. Such a coaxing elf had to shake myself to make sure I was standing there. From Bantry Bay to Jerry Cade, from Galway to Dublin town. No maid I've seen like the fair Colleen that I met in the county down. From Bantry Bay to Jerry Cade, from Galway to Dublin town. No maid I've seen like the fair Colleen that I met in the county down. From Bantry Bay to Jerry Cade, from Galway to Dublin town. No maid I've seen like the fair Colleen that I met in the county down.
Boom. Oh, fantastic. There's the brilliant High Kings with the star of the county down. Love playing their song around the Cajon. Actually, I have a wee video recorded myself playing them along with. They're fantastic. So I really love what we tunes, really catchy. And the High Kings these days, completely different band and record that song there. They're all up themselves now, but still love them. Good tune out there. This here seems to be gathering some pace here now. This Christmas night out meet and greet, or I keep saying meet and greet. No, like a Christmas sort of YouTube gathering thing. It actually sounds like it could be some crack. So, folks, see if you get a date organised between yourselves, right? If you can get a date organised, right? I'll get a venue and I'll get a few somebody to play. I'll get a singer at night and maybe play a few tunes myself as well. So listen, if you can come up with a date, yes, or Rose Kristen. That's probably go be in November sometime. So it is. I don't know. We might need to get a bigger hall in. So we might. But see, that day there's going to be no podcast on. So there isn't. So I might give you a bit of. But see, Senator folks, now I've just been looking at the. It seemed like the last week or two, like the numbers seem to be going down. I don't know. Well, definitely on Facebook they have. Analyze will have. So I'm sort of like obviously looking at it now and sort of going, listen, should we continue on with this here show on a Sunday? Because like it's obviously I'm not going to be sitting doing this and playing to maybe 30 or 40 people every week, you know. I mean, I know obviously now that this here show was bred through lockdown because people were sitting in the house, they couldn't do nothing, they were sitting having a wee drink on a Sunday, and it was just something for everybody to do. So I mean, now a lot of the bars are opening back up, people are getting out. They go and shopping again. They can go into the pint of their pub. So I'm thinking now. I mean, if this here continue on a Sunday, I don't know. You know. So I don't know what to do. I'm really considering this now. Whenever the bars open up for full at the end of May, should we continue on with this here on a Sunday? So maybe like to see what people's thoughts are. We'll see. But listen, yeah, folks, if you're maybe saying the 4th of December, that's actually maybe it's trying to get a venue here. Like I see Peter just said, yeah, numbers are going to Patro across the board. People are out about now. And I know what, Peter. That's why I've been sort of saying people aren't in anymore. I mean, they're out doing things. They're out shopping. They're out in the bar, sitting there. You know. But we'll see what happens. We'll maybe give it another couple of weeks and see if it is continuing the sort of numbers to drop down. And if because it's going to get to the stage as well. I mean, I normally be doing gigs on a Sunday, so I do, and I'm only not doing gigs on a Sunday because the bars are closed and I can't do anything. So we'll have to see what's going to happen. So listen, that's Peter's on there. So yes, we're going to do a wee tune here from Peter's album. So James McClave says, hopefully you'll keep the show going like today. I'm not going to the pub until 6:05. Marty Heaney says, don't you dare stop the show, you boy. I know where you live. You'll get your windies put in. So here we go. Yeah, we'll do this here from Peter's album. This one, the cracking tune, Phil Coulter song written by, and many bands have recorded this here one, but I really love this version on Peter's album. So it's Peter O'Connell, folks, with The Town I Love So Well here on Rebel Sundays for you.
In my memory, I will always see the town that I have loved so well, where a school played ball by the old gas yard wall, and we laughed through the smoke and the smell. Going home in the rain, running up the dark lane, past the jail and down behind the fountain. Those were happy days in so many ways, in the town I love so well. In the early morning, the shirt factory horn called the women from the Cregan, the moor and the ball, while the men on the dole played a mother's role, fed the children and then walked the dog. And though times were rough, there was just about enough, but we saw it through without complaining. For deep inside was a burning pride in the town I love so well. There was music there in the free dairy air, like a language that we could all understand. I remember the day when I earned my first pay, when I played in a small Republican band. There I spent my youth, and to tell you the truth, I was sad to leave it all behind me. There I learned about life, and I found me a wife in the town I love so well. But when I returned, how my eyes they were burned, to see how a town could
would be brought to its knees by the armoured cars and the bombed out bars and the gas that hangs on to every breeze. Now the army's installed by the old gas yard wall, and the damn barbed wire gets higher and higher. With their tanks and their guns, oh my God, what have they done to the town I love so well? Now the music's gone, but they still carry on, for the spirit's been bruised, never broken. They will not forget, but their hearts are still set on tomorrow and peace once again. For what's done is done, and what's won is won, and what's lost is lost and gone forever. I can only pray for a bright brand new day in the town I love so well. I can only pray for a bright brand new day in the town I love so well.
There we go, the old Peter O'Connell there from County Limerick with the town I love so well. Great Phil Coulter song. And Peter, it's great to hear you put up in there a small Republican band and that small pickup band, because you know their band that no does it is Kelly's Men. And fair play to you, fantastic. There's from Peter O'Connell's album there, brilliant tune. Right, so folks, it looks like it's going to happen. So listen, he's all tuned in now. Here we go. Now, everybody's all saying you can't dump us and all whatever and stuff. Now, folks, I haven't said I'm going to stop this here. All I was just saying was, it seems like the numbers are sort of going down. Over like, I mean, I just don't want to basically be sitting here on my own and playing the like 20 people, 2 men and a dog on a Sunday. When I could be out working and basically earn a living, so it could. Right now it's great, because I can't be out working, and I really appreciate, folks, all the tips and stuff you just give me every week. So I'll be honest, I am sort of looking now. I've been talking to a couple of people about possibly getting the show sponsored on a Sunday, which would basically, if I came off, it would basically give me the opportunity to stay and do this here. And I mean, I wouldn't have to go out and go do a gig on a Sunday, But I mean, folks, I'm just saying because of the interest is there. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm away, I'm finishing it. If the interest is still there and people are still listening, I'm just going by looking at the numbers. I'm a big numbers guy, sort of going by ratings and sort of watching. You have to, You have to see many people have viewed your show each week and when they viewed it and where they viewed it from and all stuff. And definitely, maybe on Facebook, the numbers have definitely went down every week for the last couple of weeks. Now on YouTube, it seems to be they've stayed up steadily, so they have. So I'll see what's happened. But listen, now I just see now here, folks. We're going to go with this here, 4th of December. Definitely, really sounds like a brilliant idea. So this is what we're going to do, right, folks? So listen up, write it down now. And if you want to get a hotel and a flight booked, get it booked now. It's come from me, right? So we'll go for this here. The busy big meetup for Saturday, the 4th of December, right? I will get a venue booked, so I will, and I'll get somebody booked to sing as well. Plus, I'll maybe do a few tunes myself, so we'll all get together and. Maybe if it has to come to we can pay for somebody, I'll put tickets out for it, which won't be too dear. But basically, I'll get a wee think about it over the next couple of days, and I'll get something out there. Right. So, folks, there we go. We're definitely going with this here. Okay. So this is going to be on Saturday, the 4th of December. We're definitely going to do this here, the big meetup. So that's definitely soon. Cheers, mate. It's all using to want to do it. So yeah, we're going to do it. So I will get a venue somewhere booked in West Belfast. So right. It's only going to be in the way west, I'll actually I don't really be working that night myself doing like these Christmas functions, but I'll take a night off that night, so we'll definitely get this organised so it can be the big Rebel podcast night out, so it can. So yep, definitely. So get it booked now, folks. Get your flights booked, anything, whatever, and I'll I'll sort of leave the hall for a few weeks, trying to get somewhere. We'll see what the interest is like. So what I'm going to do is I'm definitely going to do tickets for it. So what I'll do, I'll put them through my Big Cartel website where you can buy all my merchandise from. So I'll get a wee think of it, and I'll look at getting somebody booked to play, right, on the event. Definitely we're going to do this here. So it's going to be Saturday the 4th of December, folks, right? So we'll get it booked in there. Saturday the 4th of December, and we'll all get this here going. So I'll get a wee think over the next couple of days, get my brain working overtime of what we're going to actually do for the night. But as for the night itself, the date, it's set in stone now, folks, right? Definitely Saturday the 4th of December. We'll get this all together and we'll have some crack, right? So here we go. Right, so what we're going to do next, somebody asked me to play the Patriot game. So we already played a bit of Kathleen Largy. We're going to do another one. Crackle album this here from this is Kathleen we'll come and like Peter, don't be saying it there, you're not going to do something else this here, you know. It's I might be getting a venue with a wee small tiny stage on it. So here we go. This is Kathleen Largy with the Patriot game, folks, for all the loyal fans tuning in today on YouTube. Here we go.
Come all you young rebels, and list while I say, for the love of one's country is a terrible thing. It vanishes fear with the speed of a flame, and makes us all part of the Patriot game. My name is O'Hanlon, I've just gone 16. My home is in Monaghan, that's where I was weaned. I've read all my life, cruel England to blame, and so I'm a part of the Patriot game. It's barely 2 years since I wandered away with a local battalion of the bold IRA. I've learned about heroes and wanted to sing, to play out my part in the Patriot game. They told me how Connolly was shot in the chest, his wounds from the battle all bleeding and bare, his fine body twisted, all battered and lame. That soon made me part of the Patriot game. This island of ours has for long been half free. 6 counties still under John Bull's tyranny. So I gave up my boyhood to drill and to train, and to play my own part in the Patriot game. And now as I lie here, my body all holds, I think of those traitors who bargained and stole. I wish that my rifle had given the same to the quislings who sold out the Patriot game.
There we go. Kathleen Loggy with the Patriot game there for you. I'm not sure who it was asked for it. Folks, listen, I'm really excited about this now. You've really got me all giddy up for this. So definitely, folks, get in the 4th of December. It's happening, so it is, right? You don't get in unless you wear the Rebel podcast merch. Celine actually came up with a really good idea, definitely. So she says we should all wear name badges. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll get somebody that night and we'll busy put a sticker on. But you have to wear your name badge, what your name is on YouTube. So it could be like Jared or bloody Beaver Snatcher. Yeah, I can picture him walking around wherever it is with Beaver Snatcher on his thing. Madness. Or like Sullivan 1916. So at least people know who you are. That's a class idea, folks. Right, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to get this going. I think we're going to look now at there's Eamon now. Let's crack it. This is more work we are giving this man. Come on, everyone, throw a few quid in the tip jar. Yes, mate, thank you very much, folks. If any of you are listening to this here, go for it. Just if you can throw in a wee donation or a tip if you want to. It's basically paypal.me/DJ Rose Show, or you can see there, there's a wee QR code down there somewhere. Just scan it with your phone, it'll bring you straight in. Anything you can, I'll just go towards sort of keeping the show going, which Remy JP70 says, I'm cool, I stay 5 minutes away from the airport. Hugh O'Neill says, right now I'm going to have to be as tight as an Aberdonian's purse strings, had to save up for this. Carla McCroy's row 133 with 2 nights in the Ibis. So folks, this is it. Get it booked. That's what I'm saying. Now some people have said, we'll book the Felons. Now the Felons are going to be doing Christmas dinners, folks. So you think it's the start of December. So don't worry, I know all the venues around the west here. I'll get some more booked this week. Okay, definitely for the 4th of December, and I'll definitely be going to getting a couple of people to sing at it. So I'll get a wee some kind of flyer organised this week and get it out. And once I find out how many people can fit in, we'll get it organised, and then we can get tickets out for it, because I have a feeling right now this actually could sell out, folks. So this is, see, whenever you said about doing this here, this is the first man that I thought of about getting to play at it. So I'll be sending a wee text later on. So Stephen, if you're listening now, get it down. Saturday, 4th of December, mate. I'll be looking you to play at this here wee gig, the big Rebel podcast meet up shindig. Here we go. So this is Stephen, folks, West Belfast's finest, with the H Block song.
Proud young Irishman in Ulster's hills, my life began. A happy boy through green fields ran. I kept God's and man's laws. But when my age was barely 10, my country's wrongs were told again by the tens of 1,000 marching men. My heart stirred to the cause. I wear no convict's uniform, nor meekly serve my time. That Britain might brand Ireland's fine. 800 years of crime. I learned of centuries of strife, of cruel laws, injustice rife. But I saw now in my own young life the fruits of foreign sway. Protesters threatened, tortured, maimed, divisions nurtured, passions flamed, outrage provoked, rights caused to fade. This is the conqueror's way. I'll wear no convict's uniform, nor meekly serve my time. That Britain might brand God's clan cancers, cruel Britain's hand, man's inhumanity, the man has spurned this trusty slave. No strangers are these boats and locks, no new design. These dark age blocks, cruel Cromwell lives, while Thatcher talks, the bullies taunt to brave. I wear no convict uniform, nor meekly serve my time. That Britain might brand Ireland's weight in 100 years of
Sam, Bobby, Anthony Group Club, Armada, the Living Sister, 35, 492.
Does Britain need 1,000 years of protest riots, death and tears, or will the last decade of fears be an 80 decades swell? And then to Ireland's agony, new hope for human dignity, or will last of sanity be this dark age block cell? I wear no convict uniform, nor meekly serve my kind. That Britain might brand Ireland's fate in 100 years of pain. In 100 years old.
There we go, the Poles. Stephen there, folks, fantastic there with his version of the H-Block song. Should be on his new album whenever he gets it. His arson gets it finished. Really looking forward to that there. So, folks, listen, that's it. It's organised. So, you have my brain thinking over 10 minutes of wee hamster's wheels you have. So, I'm looking at thinking of venues now. I'm thinking of getting what bands we can get. But definitely, folks, it's going to be. So, what we're going to do, it's going to be a ticket event, right? Because obviously, it's going to be need to be paid for. We're getting people to sing. So, it'll be a ticket event. And I will have a definite confirmed confirmation this week. So if you're folks listen out on it could be on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, whatever. But I'm going to be putting out a flyer out this week whenever I get a venue, definitely sort of 100%. Then you can get your hotels and all booked. But there's a few cracking hotels in there in the West, folks, like that are good, like the Beach Lawns area, the Balmoral Hotel at Ibis there in Castle Street as well. All the hotels are about. They're all pretty close to where this is going to be. So give me a couple of days and I'll definitely get it booked, folks. So really looking forward to this now. So yeah, so go be karaoke night of balls, Jesus Christ. So yeah, so Saturday the 4th of December, folks, leave it with me. Definitely looking forward to this now. Right, so what are we going to do next? So yeah, Hugh asked for this one earlier on, folks. So next week we're going to have Paul O'Sheeran from Clover on the show, folks. Clover released their brand new album this week on the 5th of May, obviously the anniversary of Bobby Sands' death, a hunger strike 40 years ago. Madness, absolute madness. The album's called No Criminal in Me. So Paul's will be coming on, talking about the new album. We're going to be playing a few songs from the album as well. So Hugh asked me for this one earlier on. I think this is from Clover's recording they done in the Thomond Park in Limerick. So this is a cracking tune, Bloodshed in the Valley. It's one of Clover's own songs. So it is. So for Hugh O'Neill, mate, this one is spicy for you. Here we go. This is Clover with Bloodshed in the Valley and on Rebel Sundays, folks.
Thank you very much, boys and girls. Well, we were thinking all along, what would we do to this gig to try and make it a little bit different from a gig maybe that you might see down in a bar somewhere. Tonight what we're going to do is we're going to sing 2 original Clover songs written by the band ourselves. that we've never played at a gig before, so hopefully you like them. This song is a song about an ambush that took place between a place called Mitchelstown and Kildorrery, a small little crossroads called Knocknevan. 3 brigades of the Limerick IRA were there on the day. Set up an ambush in a place called Knocknevan. Who they were trying to ambush was cycling patrol of the British Army called the Green Howards.
They were keen. Their orders were to terrorize our peaceful and serene. But on the 1st of May they were nowhere to be seen. Plans were drawn and our men they marched down to that valley green to rid our land of shaky and his team. With dreams of freedom in their hearts and the rifle in their hands, on the hill of Strala our men would make their stand. And as the trap was being set, panic it filled the air. Engines rumbled through the glen, black and tans were everywhere. 6 crossly tenders on an armoured car broke the silence of the day. With 2 human shields, how did they know? Or can you ever say? On a hillside where wildflowers grow, overlooking a valley green, there's a monument standing tall for Ireland to see, where brave men fought the black and tans, where marks still can be seen. Their 4 men died for orange, white and green. The 1st of May 1921 in Knocknevan ambush lay. 4 men stepped forward to hold the line so their comrades might see another day. 2 hours the battle raged against all odds. 4 men fought a full platoon. Sheet gun fire, it filled the glen, nearly caught the valley in 2. But as the clock ticked on, well, one by one, what a price they would have to pay. Oran, Casey, Hennessy and Star. Freedom fighters they fell, but 2 would see a cell, as wounded, not yet dead.
us the names of your comrades. Those words followed by a blow. But British torture would be in vain, for these men would not bring shame to dead comrades they knew they'd be seeing soon. So today, as you pass on your way, take the time to look across at that monument standing there. It really won't take long, and think of the lives they're lost. That was freedom's cost, and 6 counties too that still call me and you. It's really not all lost. In our land today, it's hard to see a way to stay on freedom's path, but soon we'll be united and free, and peace will fill our lands. On a hillside where wildflowers grow, overlooking a valley green, there's a monument standing tall for Ireland to see, where brave men fought black and tanned, and where marks still can be seen, where 4 men died for orange, white and green. They are 4 men died for orange, white and green.
Boom, there we go. Bloodshed in the Valley there for you is with Clover, folks. That one's especially for Hugh O'Neill. That's that one. So, folks, yep, there you go. I'm actually on the phone there, and I made a scene there, and I'm going like this, getting the bands and singers for this year. So I'm going to get it sorted over the next couple of days. Once I have them booked, then we'll get the venue sorted. But definitely, folks, it's happening Saturday the 4th of December. Can't wait. Peter O'Connell just said there's cheers row, the 100th anniversary of that ambush was yesterday, 1st of May 1921, bloodshed in the Valley at Knocknavan. There you go. So, folks, everybody's booking their hotels. People from the Dirty Dubs are coming up as well, up to the Wild West. See us, that'll be great to see us. Only joking. People come from Scotland and England as well. Fantastic, folks. Really, really looking forward to this. So I'll get this here, the ball rolling this here very soon. Yeah, so that's going to be Saturday the 4th of December, the big podcast meet-up somewhere in West Belfast. I'll have to get a venue sorted this week, folks. But fantastic. So listen, folks, Martin Heaney says, pray for West Belfast on the 4th of December. Folks, if you've enjoyed the show today, please do send a wee tip or donation in to paypal.me/DJ Rose Show. There's a wee link there on the top of the comments on YouTube. It's pinned. Also, as you can see the screen, there's a wee QR code. Just scan it with your phone and send what you can, folks. So it does go a long way to helping towards the show going. And say, don't be getting along with what I was saying earlier on about maybe jacking this in. I was just thinking, folks, obviously look at numbers and stuff going. Listen, if the interest isn't there, I'm not going to keep doing it, but if the interest is there, people want to still watch it every Sunday, because I have so many more guests sort of looked at and talking about having that could have them booked up at the end of the year. So I mean that isn't the issue. But say if you all still want to do it, yep, I would much rather be sitting here on a Sunday doing this here show, rather than buddy going and playing some bar doing a christening somewhere where buddy kids melting your head and torturing you to play cha-cha slide and the buddy all the rest of that crap, well, believe me. But folks, at the end of the day, you know what I mean, because I have to get working, so I'll maybe look at getting a sponsors for the show. There is a couple of bars I've been talking to, maybe want to look at sponsoring Rebel Sundays, so we'll see what happens. But listen, we're going to finish up this one, so I have to go and pick up the mother, Kate. She's working today, so she is the landlady of the house. She does set the rules, so what she says goes. So folks, I have to go and pick her up here, so I'm going to play one more song for you. So again, thanks very much for all of you for tuning in today. It's been a great pleasure, and I'm glad you've come up with this here date, Saturday, 4th of December. Fantastic. Thanks again to Jerry Cunningham. Brilliant interview today. Really in depth and some stuff I didn't know that Jerry was saying. It was great to hear. Again, thanks Jerry Cunningham coming on to talk about the big drive-in Rebel night. So here we go, folks. This is the very last one. We're going to finish up with this here, as it is obviously Celtic, we should have been celebrating today, but listen, hopefully we can only get this year season over and done, finish with, folks, as quick as possible. 2 games left, and then we're going to try and look forward to next season, get the ball rolling early. Here we go, folks. So this is the Mighty Wolf Tones with the Celtic Symphony. We're going to try and finish up on a high today, even though we were battered today, battered and bruised. But listen, we're all Celtic fans, folks. Here we go. So this is the Celtic Symphony, the Wolf Tones, and folks, I'll see you all back next Sunday here, back at the usual time, 1 o'clock, 1 to 5 next week, and with Paul Sheeran's on the show, and we're going to have a good lot of songs from Clover's brand new album, No Criminal in Me. We're in my head there. Here goes, what's folks, Celtic Symphony. I'll see you all next Sunday. Chucky Arla, and if you haven't already, throw a wee tip in. Thank you very much.
It was far across the sea when the devil got a hold of me. He wouldn't set me free, so he kept me sold for ransom. Na 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 na. I'm a sailor man from Glasgow town. I've roamed this world around and round. He's the meanest thing that I had found in all me days of wandering. Na 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 na. And I could see his evil eyes. Once then he took me by surprise. Take me to your paradise. I want to see the jungle. Na 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 na. Here we go again. We're on the road again. We're on the road again. We're on our way to paradise. We love the jungle tea. That's where the lion sleeps. For then those evil eyes, they have no place in paradise. Graffiti on the wall, just as the sun was going down. I see graffiti on the wall. What the sense? What the sense? Graffiti on the wall, it says we're magic, we're magic. Graffiti on the wall. Graffiti on the wall. And it says ooh ah up the rat, say ooh ah up the rat. Ooh ah up the rat, say ooh ah up the rat. Ooh ah up the rat, say ooh ah up the rat. Ooh ah up the rat, say ooh ah up the rat. Ooh ah up the rat, say ooh ah up the rat. Ooh ah up the rat, say ooh ah up the rat. We went through each jungle deep. Na 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 na. From the Amazon to Borneo, from Africa to Tokyo, to the darkest jungles of the world, but nowhere could I lose him. Na 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 na. Around in circles every way, he turned to me and he did say, I think you're leading me astray. I want your soul, me pal. Na 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 na. Here we go again. We're on the road again. We're on the road again. We're on our way to paradise. We love the jungle deep. That's where the lion sleeps. For then those evil eyes, they have no place in paradise. Graffiti on the wall, just as the sun was going down. I see graffiti on the wall. What the sense? What the sense? Graffiti on the wall, it says we're magic, we're magic. Graffiti on the wall. Graffiti on the wall. It says ooh ah up the rat, say ooh ah up the rat. Ooh ah up the rat, say ooh ah up the rat. Ooh ah up the rat, say ooh ah up the rat. Ooh ah ah, up the ra, say ooh ah, up the ra. Ooh ah, up the ra, say ooh ah, up the ra. Ooh ah, up the ra, say ooh ah, up the ra.
Safi alligator Queens are slow Her tender rannicum They fudge face hair Shantir a shunshir pasta Ni akbar Pantira not pental And got my in Sabar well They gone their kill On boss no sill They gone their scrape They labot now be lit Charlotte cannon around the veil Thanks very much, good night, God bless you all.
You have been listening to Rebel podcast of Rory Carson. To listen to this and past episodes again, and to also check out future episodes, keep an eye on our official SoundCloud page. We are also available on all social media outlets. Just search Rebel podcast. Bhí si bheith an sin is an fád cruúlaí Rebel le Rory McCarson. Le héisteach le seo agus hir hagran a ríis, agus na hagran atá le teach, caisúil ar siú ethical sugin ar SoundCloud, agus táid ar fáil ar gach cinneal ardan ar na main thuisiilta. Ní mór ditch ach fád cruúlaí Rebel a curda.